afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to MB Models. We are here for the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026 in association with Slide Customs, Asbo RC, NRD/Raptor, Slide House and FPS RC Drift Media. Sam is around somewhere. So you join us today, and today is the all-important battles. Now, obviously, under normal circumstances, we would run a straightforward top 32, but with this being the first event, and we're here to promote RC drifting to the masses, we are doing a last chance battles. So those drivers that qualified between 25th and 32nd, they are going to get the opportunity to battle for the last 8 places in the top 32. So the top 24 drivers that you saw on the sheet yesterday that we shared on our story on Instagram, those top 24 drivers are locked in, and then from 25th down to 40th, they are going to battle each other for the final places in the top 8. So what you're going to see now, you are going to see 8 battles, which obviously includes 16 drivers. For those of you that are watching that are not used to what drifting is a judge sport. So we have Lee Barker, a drifter from the real world of drifting. We've got Tony Wu representing Yokomo. We've got Dan Harrison representing the RC scene here in the UK, with decades of experience between the 3 of them. And what happens with RC drifting is the same as real drifting. 2 cars will line up on the start line. At this event, the left-hand lane is the lead position, and the lead car will run the qualifying line that we've been practicing all weekend from yesterday all the way through battle practice this morning. The lead car will run the qualifying line. The chase car's job is to mirror the lead car as close as possible with incredible proximity. That is the plan, without making contact. And then what happens is, when the drivers have done one run, the judges will lock a score in their own heads, and then the driver that was the chase driver then becomes the lead driver. And then we do the same run again, but the car's in the opposite direction. The judges then have 3 choices. They think that driver A, driver B, or it could be a one more time. And then their scores will be put into the computer system. If all 3 of them agree, or if 2 of them agree that it was driver A, that driver then moves on to the next round of the competition, which will be, on this occasion, into the 32. But then once we get into the 32, they'll move through to the top 16, into the top 8, top 4, which is the semi-finals, obviously, and then ultimately the finals. In drifting, the lead driver, which is always the driver that qualified highest from yesterday. So you will always see the lead driver in the left-hand lane. The lights will go green, and then the lead driver will set off. If you were watching yesterday, there are a few small changes in the judging criteria. The drivers have been told that they can and are permitted to put 1 wheel over the hatchings on the initiation into clip 1 to allow them to get some good proximity. In addition, after clip 2, they are also allowed to run a slightly tighter line to allow proximity from clip 2 to clip 3. So if you were watching yesterday and you see it very, very slightly different today, that will be the reasons why. If you want a complete rundown and an explanation of the line, please refer back to RCTV, who live streamed qualifying yesterday on their YouTube channel, which we are streaming on today. One last thing before we go. We'd like to thank Michael from MB Models for allowing us to come here and do this event at his incredible venue here in Leeds in West Yorkshire. So thank you for that, Michael. Right, in the meantime, our first battle will be Richard Brewery and Bram Vogel. So we'd like those 2 drivers to make their way up to the start line, please, and we'll get this show on the road. Just so that you're aware at home as well, boys and girls, once we've done these final chance battles, we will put up a holding screen just while we complete the top 32 to let the drivers here at the venue know exactly who they're going to be battling through the top 32 table. During the top 32, by the way, boys and girls, we've had a discussion. We will be allowing the drivers to do a practice run before the battles. However, this is not, and it will only be when the lead driver gets to the start of the judging zone, which is down here, the second driver can then set off. This is pure and simply so that obviously the drivers that are about to battle now have only just come off the practice track. so their fingers are nicely warmed up and they're ready for action. However, if you are in the end of the top 32 battle, obviously you're going to be sat around potentially for about an hour waiting for your battle. So we will allow them to do one lap just to get their finger in, as it were. No innuendos meant. And then they line up back at the start line, and then we will start it off for real. Okay, and that's how the afternoon is going to run. And then obviously, when we get towards the end of the top 32, we'll have a 3rd and 4th place runoff for the trophy and the prizes donated by Team Yokomo over in Japan. And then it will be the all-important final, where we will then crown the RC Drift Master 2026 here at MB Models in Leeds. All right, should we get this show on the road, boys and girls? Oh, come on, I said, should we get this show on the road, boys and girls? Right, let's do this. Not for this one, because you've just come off the practice track. We are back. Right, boys and girls. As you see on the start line then, we've got Rich Brewery in the Drift Nutters car, and then we have got Bram in the Shogun BMW. Right, we look up to our judges. I think our judges are ready. Tim is ready. Right, we will start off the start sequence. Right, this is it then, boys and girls. This is the last chance battles, and we are green to go. Here we go then. So we've got Rich in the lead in the Drift Nutters. On a little bit of contact there from Bram. The judges will be looking at this. As you can see, the lead driver is expected to run that qualifying line, and the chase driver again is supposed to mirror them, but without that little bit of contact. Okay, that's it. All right, that's the first run in the bag. Right, so this is the start. Right, so as I've said, the drivers will line up on the start line in the opposite order. So this time it will be Bram leading. And I think we are ready. Judges ready? Drivers? Right, okay, we are ready, boys and girls. Right, start sequence has started. Here we go. Right, this time Bram then, with that error and their first run. Oh, look at that, that's close. And this is what we're hoping to see all the way through the battles here this afternoon. As you can see, Bram is a little bit offline on that corner, but I don't know if the contact on that first battle will make all the difference that we saw on that first clip. Rich just keeping a little bit of distance, keeping it safe, allowing Bram, and it's just over the line. Okay, so a little bit of a scrappy battle, but this is what we're expecting. Don't forget these guys qualified. Rich qualified 27th, Bram qualified 38th. And here we go for this is the rerun of run 1. If I look out into the graphics, there we are. Look, we've just got that graphic up there, and that one. I think that well, we've got a decision anyway from Dan. Dan said Rich Brewery, Tony and Lee. So that's it. Richard Brewery goes through to the top 32. Right, okay, congratulations. Right, so next up will be Greg Mitchell and Linus Sheck, and it will be Greg leading, who qualified in 30th place, and then Linus qualified in 35, and there we are, look, we've got the drivers' names on the board, and the computer system is ready. We'll just get the drivers ready. Right, here we are, Greg, are we ready? Right, drivers fist pump each other, ready for this battle. They get into the positions on the podium. Drivers, you ready? Judges ready. Right, Tim, if you can start the sequence, please. Right, here we are, we're off already. And it's Greg in the lead with Linus in second, all the way around that first corner into clip 1. Like we said, Greg's got to lead, run that qualifying line that we've run all weekend. And Linus has got to get onto his door as much as possible without coming too far off the line. The judges in the briefing this morning explaining everything to them in fine details. Well done, boys. And don't forget, the judges are actually watching the track rather than what we're watching on the live stream. So if there is a few shots where you think, oh my word, we've missed that corner, the judges are to our right and they are actually watching the driving live rather than on the monitor. And obviously as we go through, we will continue. Right, drivers are back on the start line stage for the second half. Ready, drivers? Right, here we go then. Green lights on. Right, this time it will be Linus to lead in that RX-7 with Greg in second place. Look how close Greg is. Little bit of contact with Linus, but not affecting Linus's line too much. Absolutely on his door. Just on that transition as well, we said in the briefing this morning that if the chase driver is in the way of the lead driver, when it comes to a transition, the lead driver is expected to transition anyway. A little bit of a nudge over the line. Drivers shake their hands on the podium. And don't forget, boys and girls, this is just the last chance. This isn't the top 32, so judging by the battles that we've seen already, I mean, the guys have been practicing all morning on the practice track and here on the competition track. So they are well and truly right. Here we go then. So Greg Mitchell gets Dan's vote. Lee, and that will be it. Does Tony agree? Like I say, the judges have three options. It can be driver A, driver B, or a one more time. Dan and Lee both going for Greg on that one. Just waiting for Tony's score to drop in. Yeah, I mean, the battle is finished regardless because, with 2 votes to Greg, that will be Greg moving on into the top 32. So congratulations, Greg. Right, next up we have Chris Harper and Alistair Vane. Chris qualified 26 and Alistair 39. So we shall see who. Chris was a very last minute entry from Team AMRC. And then Alistair in that white one view. Right, okay, so we'll look up to the drivers. Drivers, you ready? Judges, are you ready? Just have a look for the judges. Gentlemen, you ready? Right, Tim, thank you. Right, we'll start the start sequence, the 3 yellow lights and then the green. There we go then, the TMRC driver, Chris Harper, a last minute entry, hoping to make it into that 32. That car very, very quick. We've got Alistair trying to make up some ground. Don't forget the drivers have been encouraged if they're in that chase position to not cut the track to try and keep up. And then the judges will judge the runs as almost 2 separate runs. Obviously Chris's car set up with a lot of pace with that GT86 shell, is it? Oh no, it's a 350Z. Get your glasses out, Mark. Put your glasses on, Sweeps. Right, so that's the first run. You see Chris there on the replay running that line, over that line. Alistair's allowed to run that line, up the front wheel over the line, but the bit of distance between the pair. In the meantime, we are seeing the second run. And I was watching the replay in the first, but obviously the judges have got their eye on the track directly, not on the live stream like we have, because obviously we're commentating on what you guys can see at home. So whether or not the proximity will cause the winner to go through or not, we shall wait and see what the judges decide. Right, on which run would you like a replay? Okay.
Furthest we can go because it started before we finished the last replay of the first run.
Right, okay. So we're just doing some paperwork while we watch that replay. Right, we wait for a decision. Right, Alistair there, just going over going through clip 3 to 4 and then into 5. Alistair all the way on the outside. Chris just keeping that a bit of distance, but there was quite a bit of separation, Gaz, on that first run.
Yeah, definitely. Clipped through, trying to catch up with the separation as it came through the clip point there.
Yep, just I apologise, I didn't introduce you earlier, Gareth, did I?
That's all right. I'm used to it.
Joining me on the commentary here today is Gareth Hemingway from Rat Trap / NRD. Obviously, the guys from Rat Trap have been grafting very, very hard this week, so we have to give them a shout out for putting these two tracks together. What you're seeing on the live stream is the competition track, and just to our left is an identical track. So the guys have had ample practice all the way through the weekend, and this is where we're at with the battles at the moment. So we're just waiting on a decision from the judges.
So from the judges, Dan's gone for Chris Harper, and the other two judges gone for one more time.
Okay, one more time has been called. So those of you that are not usually watching drifting, if the judges are unable to make a decision after the two runs of a battle, they can call a one more time, and then the score is reset, and then we start them all over again. Right, judges ready. Right, Tim, if you'd like to do the start sequence. Right, here we go then. So this is the first one more time with Chris in the lead in that 350Z. The 1V of Alistair again. Alistair will, if he can't keep up as quickly as keep up with Chris, he will try and keep on the qualifying line, and then the runs will be judged equally as though it's two separate runs. As you can see there, Alistair way off the clipping zone. Obviously the judges will mark that down. Right, we'll watch the replay of this one. So here we go then, the replay running from this last chance battle. You see Chris there aiming all the way out. This is exactly what the judges have asked for, is for the lead car to be aiming to be running that qualifying line all the way through, as we have done since yesterday morning. And then Alistair's task is to try and keep up as close as possible. Again, some separation, Gaz.
Yeah, a little bit of separation coming out of clip 3, going into the nose clip of 4, and then a little shallow coming into clip 5 and running round to the finish line.
Okay, we are on the line. Judges ready? Right, Tim, if you'd like to start the sequence. And we swap the drivers round. And this time it will be Alistair to lead. Right, so we flick in. Here's Chris. Look at Chris on that line, in that chase position. I mean, we know from these first couple of runs that Chris has got a little bit more pace than Alistair, and he's using that now to get some proximity. There we go, look, Chris just hanging back just that little bit, just so that he's not going to touch or impede Alistair in that lead position. Well done, gentlemen. Lovely run there. We'll see if the judges are able to make a call over those two runs. It looks like we have a decision as we finish off watching this replay. Right, have we got the call? We'll just wait for, there we go, and here we are, Chris Harper with all three judges taking the win. So Chris will move on to the all-important top 32. So well done, Chris. Right, our next battle is Dan McKernan and Chris Flatt. So Dan, another AMRC driver, and Chris Flatt representing NRD. Chris using an RD2, plastic fantastic, literally with minimal modifications. Again, this event obviously here to promote RC drifting, not only in the UK but everywhere. We've all had a cracking time so far, but obviously this is the point when it gets a little bit more serious. Right, drivers ready? Okay, judges ready? Okay, we'll start this start sequence and we'll get this next battle underway, this last chance battle. Right, Dan leaves the line in that AMRC car, NRD, with Chris. Oh, I mean, I saw a little bit of understeer, I think, there from Chris. That's one thing that the judges will be looking for as well. Those of you at home, it was, like I say, if you didn't get a chance to catch the briefing yesterday, understeer from anybody is an automatic 0, because obviously the steering is at the wrong way. So that's Dan and Chris over the line for their first run of this battle. We'll just watch this replay just to let the judges get this score locked in their heads before they see the second one. Okay, do we need to see any more of the run? Right, if we can move over to the start line, please, and we'll get this second run underway. Right, are we ready, Tim? Judges ready? Tim, if you'd like to start the start sequence. Right, here we go. 3 yellows and a green. Here we go then. So Chris will be leading this time. Dan in the chase position. Whoa, look at that, Dan, right on the edge of the track, but keeping it within. Like I say, Chris using that Yokomo RD2 with very, very basic, well, hardly any modifications whatsoever, apart from his own electrics. And as they enter the final clipping point, Chris over the line. Right, well, I think we'll see a rerun of this second run, of the second half of this battle. And the judges, obviously, like yesterday, they're not taking this job lightly. They understand that everybody wants to get through to the next stage of the competition, and they want to judge this absolutely perfectly. All 3 of them, that's Dan, Tony and Lee. So
did I see a bit of opposite look there on the second run?
It looks just like her.
Possibly.
I would, well, it's not, we are here to comment, Tate.
Yes, we are not judges.
What we're seeing. We're not judging. Honestly, it's the worst job in the world. Honestly, I don't care what anybody says. Right, have we got a decision, gentlemen? Right, we just wait. Right, here we go then. One more time, can we assume it was for the understeer on both runs? All right, okay, so both drivers in their relative runs been a 0, so we start again from the fresh. Right, Tim, if you'd like to start the sequence. Right, here we go then. Second, one more time. So Dan in the lead, then the AMRC car down into this first corner into clipping point 1, off the line, allowed to do that into clip 3, running that qualifying line all the way through. Chris is allowed to go the wrong side of that this morning or this afternoon due to it being the battles. The judges have allowed a wheel off the edge of the track there as well. Chris trying to get some proximity and over the line. Again, the judges wanting to watch these runs each time, these replays, just to ensure that they get these scores absolutely perfectly. As I've said, Dan was the head judge, the chief judge of RC Drift UK 2024. Tony has been an RC DC judge in Japan for the last 10 years. And then Lee obviously has been real drifting for numerous years in the real drift world, and the relationship between RC and real is what Lee brings to the party. As you can see, this P-tile track that was imported last year, ready for this event. So, all right, we're looking up to the judges. Have we got we'll just wait for the decision. Which lap would you like to see?
We've already done one.
Okay. Right, this is run 1 then. Okay, so you can see Chris with that NRD shell. The guys at Rat Trap, who have been grafting all week this week, getting this track ready for us for this weekend. And here we go, and we've got the majority of drivers sat around the track watching, so when it gets when we get closer and closer up towards the finals, I'm sure we're going to get some noise across the live stream. We've got an ambient microphone over the track, so everybody can get involved if you're at home. We hope you are watching the live. Well, you will be watching the live stream, otherwise you won't be able to hear what I'm saying, apart from the boys and girls here with us today. Okay, second run, here we go. Chris in the lead this time with Dan in hot pursuit. Again, allowed to come off the line there. Look at Chris all the way into that box on initiation, coming out slightly. And then just looked like he kissed the wall there. I don't think it affected his line though, but in the meantime, Dan is a little bit offline there in that chase, but a good run from Chris. His local track only 15-20 minutes up the road. Right, we'll just watch this replay then. So Dan and Chris round that first clipping point. Like I say, off the line slightly and deep into clip 2. Oh, lots of angles, should we say.
Yeah, Chris is running through into clip 3 there, I think it is. Yep. into clip 4. Nice angle, very deep in there. Nice transition into the last clip, and then runs round, just slightly coming out, but then back into the box towards the end of that run. So some nice lead and chase runs there. Just waiting for the judges to come to a decision, watching the replays. Just asking for another replay.
So yeah, not forgetting here, we are here to promote RC drifting as well as have a competition. So make sure you check out FPS on Instagram and Facebook. He's visited just about every track there is in the UK. We've got plenty of tracks represented here today. Obviously we've got Rat Trap, which is at Wakefield, Slide House, which is over near Boston and Lincolnshire, and then you've got Ronin Drift Lounge. We've got Scott and his guys representing here. They're from Barwell in Leicestershire. Then you've got Midlands Drift Warehouse over at Stafford. That's a painted concrete base track. That's another track that you could visit if you're over that neck of the woods. Then you've got Drift Essex down in Harlow that run on a Thursday evening and on Saturday usually once a month. So check out Drift Essex on their page. And then we've also got representatives of Unit 11, which are down in South Wales. Come on then, boys and girls, are here. You throw some more tracks at me.
Drift Manji
over at Ekman Dwight.
Ekman Dwight, guys from Wayne Freeman's track
Wayne
there.
Freeman. Hopefully Wayne's watching. We've got a few cars representing Drift Manji here today. Right, where we're looking at, here we are then. Oh, we've got another one more time. Right. So this is sudden death. When we do a one more time, we allow 3 battles, and then that's it. There has to be a decision. So this is sudden death between Chris and Dan. Right, here we go then. Judges are ready. We're ready. You ready here in the room? Yeah, the crowd went wild. Woo. Right, here we go then. Off the line. Looks like Dan's on a mission this time. Absolutely nailing that qualifying line. A little bit shy on that clip too. Chris, look at the transition. Did you see how close that was?
Beautiful.
Oh, and then Dan touches the wall. Oh, and then understeer. Oh, no, man.
It
was all going
curse.
But we've got to have another battle yet. Now, what happens is, if the judges cannot decide after 3 battles, they then have to decide who was the driver that drove better over the 6 runs they've just watched. The same as it is in real drifting. So let's see how this battle goes. Judges ready? Right, if we can get to the start line. Right, here we go then. Right, good luck, boys. Here we go. Right, 3 yellows, green. Here we go. So Chris leading. All to play for. Chris running a nice wide line at 2. Obviously, he knows that Dan made a mistake in that first run, so all Chris has to do is run the perfect qualifying run, and it will be secure. Chris just absolutely flirting with danger. Oh, Dan over the line. Absolutely incredible effort from both drivers. The pressure, honestly, boys and girls, if you're watching here live with us or if you're watching at home, everybody's watching, everybody's willing these drivers on and see somebody. Nobody wants to go out of the competition at an early stage, but obviously it does happen. Right, judges just watching this second run just to make sure there was no additional mistakes from either driver. Chris there nice and deep in that clip 3, then the nose clip at 4, and then into 5. And then just skirting on the edge, and then right at the very end, as Chris goes over the line, Dan just over rotates and stops right on the line. Right, so we're just looking up to the judges. Right, it's coming in. Here's the scores, boys and girls. The decision has been made, and it will be Chris Flatt representing NRD, but well done to Dan McKernan. After 2024, Dan was very nervous during 2024. Eventually it came together, so to make it through to the finals here today. He'll be more than happy with that. Right, next up we have Jack Milner and Ben Found in the last chance battle, the 5th last chance battle. If you can have you two guys on the line, please. Jack yesterday, absolute bag of nerves. Honestly, he was shaking like mad. I can't say what I'd normally say, but he was shaking like mad. And then the youngster Ben, representing Doritune, who hopefully will be watching home at live. Right, judges, are we ready? Right, Tim, if you'd like to start the sequence. Here we go then, boys and girls. Yellows and then a green. Right, here we go then. So Jack, regular at Drift Nutters, also came and visited us at Slidehouse recently. More than capable, I'm sure he'll be loving this. He had the nerves yesterday, but I'll tell you what, he seems to have settled it today. Looking at that run so far, the Doritune driver desperately trying to keep up with that white A90 and over the line. Brilliant. Fantastic run from both drivers. Jack there proving he's got it well. Nice angle on that first point. The yellow line's on the track as well, boys and girls. If you're here, you were yesterday, or if you're watching on the live stream for the first time, like for example on the left-hand side of your screen, that's where the drivers, that's the angle that the judges are expecting the drivers to be at as they go through the zone. The same on the initiation there. The drivers are expected to be at that angle as they go around. You can see the Doritune logo there on the Mark IV Supra from Ben. He's allowed to run one wheel over the line there, as we said in the description before, just to allow a bit of proximity moving forward towards clip 5. So please don't think that was off track completely. He will not be marked down for that one. Right, judges, have you got your scores in your head before we start the second run of this battle? As you can see, we've got the logos there from, we've got the run being shown again. Right, let's say the judges taking this very seriously. Right, we're ready, judges? Okay, if we can go back to the start line then, please, young man. Right, here we go then. Right, drivers, you ready? Right, start line sequence engaged. Here we go then, when they go green. Ben's going to lead away. Jack into this first corner, nice and deep. Look at the angle from Ben there. Jack has got to get onto his door, not forgetting its proximity, and the lead car is expected to run that qualifying line regardless of what the chase car is doing. It's a very difficult decision to do, very difficult job. And Jack there deep in that, look at that. 2 very equal runs there, very equal. Yeah, very good. Obviously, if you're watching us on YouTube, hopefully you're watching us having seen us from Instagram or Facebook. You're more than welcome to follow us on there. We're not streaming on there, but we are on the Tube of You. So yeah, so Jack, a regular at Drift Nutters down in Holstead. That's another track you need to know. One more time from Lee. It's going to be one more time, gentlemen. So judges cannot split the two guys up after those 2 runs. Right, we are on the start line already. Right, drivers ready, judges ready. Tim, here we go. Right, so can Jack do enough this time to secure the victory, or can Ben do what he needs to do? Look at that, the angle from Jack, but offline as he came out of that final clip. Oh, and Ben makes a big error, a huge error in that chase position, in that beautiful gold and bronze Mark IV Supra. And again, just looked like he touched the wall. So Jack over the line. Right, so we'll flip those guys round, and I think we can go straight to the start line on this one. Yep, straight to the start line on this one, please. Okay, I'll turn it. Right, we're just watching that replay. Oh no, we're not, sorry, we're live. I do apologise, we're just having a technical issue here. So yeah, so we have set off on the start line. Wow, look at that, another good run. I think I'm just looking up to judges to see if we have already got a decision on that one. Yeah, we have a decision on that one. Now we're just going to adjust our volume on our speaker in the room. We're getting a little bit of feedback. So we're just going to turn the volume down here. And as you can see, Jack Milner takes the win from Ben Found. Congratulations. He's a happy boy with that one after his qualifying yesterday. So that's a Drift Nutters driver into the all-important top 32. Well done, Jack. Right, so next up we will have Lee Heighton and Adrian Lloyd. Adrian Lloyd representing Unit 11 down in South Wales. So make sure you go and check their Instagram feed out as well, Unit 11 RC Drift. And Lee Heighton from the Teesside area. I'm going to say that and then I won't get told off for saying the wrong place. Right. So we've got a lad from the north and a lad from the south. Right, so we have Adrian Lloyd in the shell that Michael chose yesterday as one of his favourite shells, the other shell being one of Keith's Sly Custom shell. So there was two victories yesterday, and then we've got Lee Heighton in the E30. Right, judges ready? Right, start sequence engaged. Here we go, 3 yellows and a green. Lead driver will be Lee, the highest qualifier out of these two. Right, here we go then. This is the last chance battle for Lee and Adrian, representing Unit 11, and Lee Heighton, oh, in the wall. And I think Adrian, oh, we've got banter going on. The driver's having a go at himself for having a crash. Never mind everybody else. Honestly. I think Lee knew he'd messed it up, and yeah, had a go at himself there over the podium. Honestly, if you're involved in any form of other RC and you've not been to an RC drift track or visited an RC drift competition, we do it because we have the biggest laugh. Honestly, it's hilarious. So yeah, if you get the opportunity to visit an RC track, please do so. Everybody makes you feel welcome wherever you are. Right, here we are. We're staged, we're going. No, we're not. We're going to hang on. We're going to do it again, Tim. Let's do it again. Right, Lee, you ready? Ed? Right, here we go. Watch the lights. Right, here we go then. Adrian in the lead. Into that clip 1 now. He knows. If anything, I would say that Adrian's got more pressure on him now because he knows that Lee he knew that Lee made a mistake because he heard him taking the mick out of himself. And all he has to do is, more or less, keep it off the wall to take the win. And that's exactly, as far as I'm concerned, what he's done. Are we happy with that, judges? Right, we have got a result. Just had a nod from our race control to say the scores are going to drop on the screen. Here we go then. Adrian Lloyd, Lee says so, Dan says so, and Tony said so. Adrian Lloyd from Unit 11 takes the win. Well done, Lee. Thank you for being such a laugh. Thanks for coming, you've been great. Right, next up, representing Drift Manager we spoke about earlier, and Wayne Freeman is Tom Slaney. And then we've got Para Marinka. Apologies, honestly. Right, Gaz. Pav. Oh, sorry, Pav. I'm just going to call him Pav. Makes life a lot easier. Gaz, you're doing this one.
Definitely got the thumbs up there when we got corrected by Pav.
So this is the last of the last chance battles before we move into the top 32. And then it's...
No, it's not. We've got one more.
Oh, no, we got one more, haven't we? Oh, I'll tell you what, shut up, Mark. I'm ahead of myself. Sorry, boys, it's my age. I'm getting old. Right,
and we're
okay.
Off. Lights are green. And we go.
So, Tom Slaney.
Leading through into clip 1. Round onto clip 2. Started to go deep in the second half of that. Nice little switch there. Pav chasing through. A little bit shallower on the chase run. Coming through nice. And then on to the final clip and over the finish line.
I've got a question. What make and model of car is that? An Onisinki hand. No, what about the shell? That's a Datsun. Right, okay.
Datsun 510, the crowd
Thank you
are
very
shouting.
much. A Datsun 510. Thank you. I thought it was a Lada.
It looks like one. One of the snow drifters that you use over in Russia.
In Russia, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was a Lada. Anyway, go it.
And they are up.
Yep, driver's ready. Right, staging. Here we go. Second run.
Lights are dropping down, and we are a go. Nice little set off there. Flick into clip 1. Round the outside on clip 1 into clip 2. Could be a little bit deeper there, deep into the second part of it. Switched on to 3. Nice and deep there, running the walls. Pav, ooh, maybe a little tap there on the rear end, and then over the line.
Well, yeah, I think, right, here's the replay for you boys and girls at home, or if you're in the room, we've got a screen so you can see it here in the room as well. And the judges watching this one very, very closely. Obviously, Pav way off clipping point 1, and the judges obviously will be marking him down for that, but then Tom has got to try and mirror Pav as he goes around the track again, not at the right completely out of that clipping zone until later on. And then Tom coming in a little bit tight, waiting for the transition, slips over onto clipping point 3, and then just touches the wall there, just a wall touch from Pav. Just a touch, and I think it did affect his steering. Looking at that, his steering appeared to me to straighten up immediately. Maybe that's the maybe that's the writing on the wall. Let's wait and see. It's the judges. We're just commenting on what we're seeing. So we leave it where we are then. So Tom unanimously gets the win. So Thomas Slaney from Drift Manji moves on into the top 32. Right, last but not
least.
That's it. That's what I was trying to say. We've got Stuart Simner and Steve Coleman. So Steve Coleman representing NRD. Like I said, that's 20 minutes up the road. Same with Stu. Stu again earlier on in the year. Last year, wasn't it?
Last year. Back end of last year, just before Christmas. And over Christmas.
Stuart organised a massive charity to raise money for children's cancer relief, wasn't it?
Teenage Cancer Trust.
Teenage Cancer Trust, and raised. So this man raised thousands, and it put presents for kids that are in hospital over Christmas. So fair play to Stu for that. Right, are you ready, drivers? Judges ready? Right, let's go for it. Right, this is run 1 of the last chance battle. This is the final last chance battle between Stu and Steve.
So as a clip go through there, Stu's leading through. A little bit shallow going into clip 1, round into clip 2, could be deeper. Manages to pick up the box in the second half of that. Little corner cut there. Steve trying to keep proximity. And they're round onto the final one, a little bit deeper and over the line.
Yeah, well done. Nice run. So like we say, the guys will go back to the start line, swap over positions. So this time it will be Steve leading, Stu in the chase position. We just finish off watching this replay before we set them off. Oh, didn't see that before. This is why the replays are so important, so we can see exactly what the drivers are doing out on track. You can imagine it all happens so fast right in front of these drivers' noses. Sometimes it's very easy to miss something, hence the reason why we've got RCTV here doing this professional broadcast. Okay, we're ready, drivers. Right, okay, drivers ready, judges ready, start sequence engaged. Right, here we go then. So this time it will be Steve, I say regular NRD/Rat Trap, and then Stu, also a regular NRD, over from the Liverpool area, I believe. Look at Stu, absolutely on Steve's door, trying to make up possibly for what could be, was that a wall touch from Steve? Could we be seeing another one more time? As Steve heads out over the finish line, Stu on his door. Wow. Right, we're watching this replay straight away. Like I say, we saw that little touch of understeer from Stu on that first run, so that could have been the writing on the wall for that one, but did. I mean, Steve's running plenty of angle there, but off the clip. But then, was there a wall touch? That's the question. Blimey, you could drop a pin in this room with the anticipation of this result, honestly. Right.
Was it a scuff or was it a bump?
I'm not going to say it, so I'm not judging.
Leave it to the judges.
Judge's decision is final. Drifting, respect. End of. Yeah. Right, here we go then. So, Steve Coleman gets a unanimous decision. So, Steve Coleman, representing NRD, moves through into that top 32. Right then, gentlemen, we are going to have a very short break. We're just going to put a holding screen up on the live stream while we complete these top 32 brackets, and then we will be back with the top 32 brackets in about 5 minutes' time, maybe even less, or maybe. because I need to do a bit of an explanation, but yeah, I'm ready. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We just sorted out our top 32 battles. Right, just so that you're aware, boys and girls, and this is including the drivers on the podium right now, in this top 32, obviously it's going to take quite a long time to get through this top 32, and obviously the drivers that are towards the end of the bracket are going to be, their fingers are going to be very cold and their focus will have been lost. So therefore, during every single top 32 battle, we are going to allow the drivers to do one lap, practice to go back to the start line before they start their run. Okay, driver, the lead driver, when he gets to the point where the scoring starts, that's when the chase driver is permitted to set off. So it's not actually a battle practice, it's pure and simply to allow them to do one lap, just to get back round to the start line, just to get their fingers warmed up as they head to the start line. So it's equal for every single driver taking part in this competition in the top 32 only. When we get to the top 16, it will be, when you're lined off, that is it, we start, and there will be no judging. So are we all happy with that? Drivers on the podium, you understand that? Yep, and obviously, a quick introduction before we start this practice run. We've got Andres, who is obviously up on the screen now, and then 9-year-old Noah. That honestly, the number of people that said they were blown away with Noah's qualifying run yesterday. So he only turned 9 on Thursday, representing Drift Nutters down in Halstead in Essex. So the youngest competitor here, I think he's, to be honest, I think he's the youngest competitor I have ever seen. Right, gentlemen, if you would like to do the start sequence, and we'll get their practice run, and we can keep waffling while they do their practice run. So Andres, if you would like to start your practice run, obviously Noah, you can set off when Andres gets to the qualifying line. Right, here we go. So this is just a practice run. So these guys are just getting their fingers in. Like I say, the practice finished quite a while ago. So this is just to allow the guys to get their cars just a little bit up to temperature, as it were, and also just get their head in the game. And as you can see, we've got Andres there in the gold S15, and then we've got a Slide Custom shells with painted by Keith with a Pokemon design, which is Noah's Christmas's shell. Right, gentlemen, if you'd like to go back round to the start line, and we will get this top 32 underway. Right, practice out of the way. Andres will be leading. Judges ready. Start line sequence engaged. Right, go on the green, boys. Right, here we go then. So Andres leading through clip 1. Noah in that chase position, and you can see both drivers running those clipping zones. Noah deep into that. Now Andres absolutely perfectly through clipping point 2 out to clipping point 3. A little bit of separation there coming along, but oh, and Andres, did you see? I think I saw that just the same as you did, boys and girls. Well done, drivers. We'll go back to the replay while the drivers head back round to the start line for the second part of this battle of the top 32 here at the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026. Obviously, Team Rat Trap in the background doing lots of graft, getting this track prepared for us during the week this week till the early hours of the morning. And Slidehouse doing a lot of the clerical work behind the scenes. Oh, and then I think, right, the judges will have locked that in their heads as we look back to the start line. Right, we'll go for run 2. Right, there we are, run 2, start line engaged, 3 yellows and a green. Noah Christmas, the youngest competitor I think I've ever seen, taking part in this competition in the Pokemon A90, running very wide through there, through clip 2, round 3, and then a switch back for 4 on the nose clip, and then 5, probably the most difficult section, and then Noah Christmas over the line. Absolutely wonderful. Right, we are going to see a replay just to make sure that everything is as we see there, Noah, absolutely incredible line in that clipping box all the way through 1. Andres just cut in the corner slightly to keep up. Noah Plenty of angle through there in 2. And then, let's have a look. Can we see? Right. I think we need to see that at speed, or is it? Decision is in. Right, so let's see what we're going to be doing. Have we got a call, or we got, what's the going to decision be? Who's it going to be? Driver A, driver B? One more time. That's the only choice the judges have. Either driver A, driver B, or a one more time. Oh, here we go. So it's going to be a one more time. Was that through a wall touch from both drivers? Right, okay, Noah went 2 wheels off as well. Right, okay. So that is going to be one more time. So, gentlemen, if you'd like to get yourselves back to the start line, obviously no practice. The set scores are reset, so Andres will lead once again. And we get this one more time battle underway. Right, judges ready? Drivers ready? Start sequence engaged. Watch the lights. Right.
And they're through onto clip 1. Andres has just got a little bit of separation there. Noah coming through, trying to catch up a little bit. Andres doing a really nice lead line there, right to the back of the box. Nice clip, nice switch onto the clip 4, and then deep through clip 5 and over the finish line.
Okay, drivers head back to the line. Let's watch this replay. Wow, yeah. All right, we'll just finish watching the remainder of this replay before we get race control to restart on run 2. No. Okay, so the judges watching this run intently. Like I said, these judges taking this very, very seriously.
Noah doing a little happy dance up on the podium.
Yep. But don't forget this young man is only 9 years of age on Thursday. So what a way to celebrate. Eh? Qualifying at the Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026, hosted here by MB Models. Michael's here somewhere. Mr. Ball. Right, here we go. This is the second run then. Drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights. Right, here we go then. So Noah Christmas in the lead in that A90 Supra, painted by Slide Customs, supporting the event here this weekend. And Keith is in the house and taking part. You'll see him later on in the battles as we see Noah go through 4 into 5. Beautiful line through and over the finish line. Well done both drivers. Cracking battle. Right, so we look up. We are looking up towards the judges to see if we have a decision. Obviously the drivers watching intently. Obviously if you're here in the building, rounds of applause are expected, etc., etc., etc.
Just running through, you can see Noah nice and deep on there with the switch. Just want to say thank you to the sponsors as well. We've got Yokomo, MB Models for the venue, Sam from YouTube, FPS over the far side there, Slide House, NRD, Slide Custom Shells, and Asbo RC. Just waiting for the judge's decision, just having a chat about the different areas of the run.
And we have just heard that we have a decision. So let's see. Who's your money on, boys and girls? Who thinks Andres is going through? Who thinks Noah's going through? Who thinks it's one more time? Oh, look at this. Oh, and Andres gets the win on this occasion. So, but a huge congratulations. Give a round of applause to Noah. 9 years of old, turned 9 on Thursday. Congratulations. Congratulations to both drivers. Right, next. Oh, have you got your microphone? Right, we're just going to ask Dan to explain to Noah and Andres.
So all that really was the initiation. He over-angled slightly in too much, which slowed him down, which made Andreas hit him. The rest of the run were absolutely perfect, but just a little bit too over-angle.
Okay, so smallest of margins, but that's what we're working here. I mean, this is a top flight competition with sponsorship from Yokomo from Japan. So obviously we have to make sure things are absolutely perfect. So no, still a massive achievement for a 9-year-old to be heading out onto the track in front of everybody and the people watching at home. I've just cracked up the live stream. We've got 125 people watching over on the live stream. So yeah, right, next up next. It is going to be Rich and Slideshow Bob. So Rich Brewery representing Drift Nutters, and then Slideshow representing NRD. And right, start line sequence engaged, green lights are on. Oh, whoa, that's not, no.
Practice run.
Practice run.
Practice
Tell you
run.
what, sweep, shut up, it's practice run.
Mark.
Go on then, I'm going to go back to sleep. Wake me up. Do a practice run.
So we're just waiting for the guys, just doing a quick practice run. As you can see, Slideshow's set through there. Rich is off as well. Just running a quick practice run, get the guys' eyes and trigger fingers back in to sync. And Slideshow's just finished his lap. We're just waiting for Rich to come round. And then back onto the start line they go.
Yeah, I'm not used to running practice, you see. That's what it is. That's my excuse anyway, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, it's not real stuff, is it?
We just think it's age.
Right. So we've got Slideshow in the lead position, higher qualifier than Rich. Rich obviously battling his way through the last chance battles that we've just seen. Right, here we go then. Start sequence engaged. Watch for the lights. Here we go.
So the through, Slideshow leading through. Coming through clip 1, a little bit shallow into that. Coming through into clip 2, nice angle. Rear end just in, and oh, that was straightened there by Rich. And reinitiates through. Trying to follow through, but now Slideshow just keeping a nice line all the way through the box. And over the line. And they'll now go back to the line for run number 2. Slideshow chasing. Will he do a nice safe run, or will he try and keep that proximity practice? He's running through. Judges ready? Drivers ready? Lights are going. And they're off, and Rich is leading through, Slideshow following through. Slideshow very deep in that box. Could it possibly be a little bit too deep? Rich coming through, the second clip. Slideshow keeping a nice steady proximity, not trying to be too close. Rich leading a nice line through, nice and deep into the last clip. Possibly a little tap there. So we're just waiting for the replay to run through. Is it 2 wheels off there on that replay? Just waiting for the judges to discuss on that. Just waiting for the decision to come through. And we've got a decision in, I think. It looks to be one more time from all 3 judges. So there'll be no practice on this one, it'll be straight through. They're just trying to get back up to the line ready for this one. Camera ready? Yep. Watch the lights. Both setting off through. Slideshow initiating through into the first clip. Not as deep in that one. Keeping it safe, running through. Rich trying to keep proximity, trying to chase them the door. Slideshow just doing a nice qualifying line through there. Nice loop against the wall. Switching to clip 4. Nice switch into clip 5. Deep through. Rich trying to keep the proximity through. And over the line they go. Some nice runs there. Just watching the replay, see if the judges pick up any positives or negatives on that one. Drivers are back on the start line waiting for the lights to run through. Judges ready? Drivers ready? Lights have initiated. And we're off. Nice initiation down to clip 1. Oh, a little bump on the wall, possibly. And they're now running down. Is Slideshow just going to keep a nice safe distance, or is he going to go for proximity? Looking like he's going for proximity, and they're over the line. No. So we're just waiting for the judges' decisions to come through. So we're just waiting for that to come through, and it looks to come through. So Tony's gone for Slideshow. Dan's gone for Slideshow. And Lee's gone for Slideshow. Slideshow's through. The next battle we've got up is Callum and Scott. Callum to lead, I think it is. If you guys want to line up and do your practice run. Sorry, Scott to lead. Apologies, just been corrected. So they're just waiting for theirs to run through. Lights have initiated. Callum, if you'll set off when the lights go. Oh, Scott, sorry. Getting some grief there from Mark. You're a seasoned pro at this one, Mark.
I've done a couple of events before.
Just 1 or 2?
Yeah.
1,000.
Don't push it.
So now we'll go to the judged runs. Callum's crashing on the furniture, getting out of the way before he starts. Best way.
Right, what's the lights? Right, here we go then. Scott from Running Drift Lounge, Barwell, Leicestershire. Seasoned veteran of this game. Proper OG, so is Callum. Again, Callum come from a real drifting background as well, same as some of the other lads, like Aaron Grantham that we'll see later on. Again, that was Callum's mistake there for being so close to Scott. The chase driver has to allow the lead driver room to transition. Just looked like it was a little bit close there, but no, really good battle. These two titans of the sport, as they'd say. Callum ran a track up in Middlesbrough for a number of years, and Scott still does with Running Drift Lounge. Check out their feed on Instagram and on Facebook. Right, we'll swap them round into the opposite order, and it will be Callum to the lead. Watch the lights. Right, here we go. Callum in that E30, leading Scott in the S15. Super close proximity as they come through 1 into 2. Callum running nice and wide. Scott allowed to run that white wheel over that white line during battles again. Allowed to run over there again. That difficult into clip 5 all the way through. Zone 5 and over the finish line. Some proper speed from the pair of them. very equal battle. That's one that the judges are going to... Have they got a call already? Wow, they must have seen something we didn't, Gaz.
Definitely.
I see the RC. Oh, here we go. Look, Scott Hill gets the call from all three judges. So Scott Hill from Running Drift Lounge takes the win. Callum Craddy from up in Hartlepool. Thank you for coming down, Callum. Hope you enjoyed your event. And next up we have Steve Coleman and Ryan Addis. And just let me check. It will be... It should be Ryan to lead on this one, be the higher qualifier. All right. So we'll leave that as it is. But yeah, Ryan, you should be qualifying. You should be the lead. Yeah. All right. So just to clarify, Ryan will be leading on this run because he was the higher qualifier. So we'll run it as we should do on the system. Obviously, the graphics are slightly wrong, which we apologise for. But Ryan is the higher qualifier, and obviously, as we said in the briefing, the higher qualifier driver always run first, so there's no issues there, nothing to be concerned with. We will do things as per the book. Steve Coleman obviously making his way through to this top 30 through those last chance battles that we saw earlier on, which we hope you enjoyed, obviously allowing a few more drivers to experience in battles at a major competition. And there we are, look, it's been fixed, just like that. The wonderful guys at RCTV fixed the graphics, and Ryan Addis is down to lead on this first one. Right, drivers, you ready? Okay, judges ready? Okay, watch the lights. So, like I say, Ryan took part in the Clash of the Titans in Germany last week, winning the Best Chassis Award. And it's green chassis underneath that slide custom shell. Obviously, you can see Ryan carrying some speed in. He's finally into that final clipping zone in 5 as Steve Coleman desperately trying to keep up with the NRD shell. Nice flick from Ryan there on that initiation. Steve on the line and looked to me like a tiny bit of understeer on that clip 1 as they go into clip 3. 2.
That's clip 2.
Tell you, we should have had flags.
We mentioned that yesterday. We were going to do
No,
them,
we
weren't
didn't
we?
do it,
We never
did we?
did them.
No. I'll put some tape down so we knew. So yeah, Ryan there, able to carry some speed away from Steve in that NRD shell. Right, here we go then. Are we ready? Drivers ready? Judges, are we ready? Okay, watch the lights. So again, swap them over. Steve to run this time. Judges making the decision over the 2 runs. And who was the best driver out of the 2 runs. And then Ryan absolutely rubbing the door on Steve's S15 shell there. Steve just getting that line a little bit untoward. And then over to clip 4 and then deep into clip 5. And this is where Ryan will want to close up if he can. And over the line. Congratulations, drivers. 2 good runs from the both. Judges watching the screen. Obviously, now I'm not going to comment.
Leave it to the judges. Leave it to the judges. Let them do it. So just deliberating at the moment, watching the replays through. Picking up any positives and negatives that happened during that one.
I mean, we are all welcome to our own opinions.
That is true, very much true. But our opinions don't matter in the eyes of the judges.
No.
No.
And it looks to me like the judges may have made a decision regardless. So let's see. Now I've got an idea where this might go. But let's see. I can see Tim inputting the scores on the screen, the drivers watching, and it's Ryan Addis gets Tony's vote. And Dan and Lee. So Ryan Addis takes the win, moves on into the top 32. Well done, Steve. We hope you've all had a fantastic time. That's all we wish to do. Right, so we've now got Jensen Robinson Green, who made it straight through into the finals, as did Mr. Renshaw, Mr. James Renshaw. And it should be, that's right, yeah, Mr. Renshaw leading, qualified 10th. Jensen qualified 23rd. Now, don't forget, we have a practice run.
They do. But Mr. Renshaw yesterday won Best Chassis Award.
He did win the Best Chassis over those GAM. And it's James that you can see with his wheelchair, obviously. Have a few mobility issues, but we don't judge anybody in this game at all. So James get himself comfortable in his position, ready to rock and roll. And don't forget, we get a practice run, so the lead driver, which will be James, will set off and get to the judging line, and then Jensen can follow for their practice run. So Tim, if you'd like to set the guys off on their practice run, James will run first, and then obviously we don't want them too close because we don't want them to get any idea of the speed of each other's cars. So there we are, look, Jensen sets off behind, short distance behind, just so that the drivers can get their fingers and the tyres warmed up, ready for this battle. Right, gentlemen, drivers ready? Judges ready? Okay, watch the lights. Right, here we go then. So James Renshaw, running Drift Lounge, leading Jensen Robinson Green. As we said yesterday, Jensen took a year off last year to concentrate on his GCSEs, and it proved him well with some great results in his GCSEs. Obviously, and then back in the game with this GT86. And the lead car being Mr. Renshaw. That was the first battle. Okay. Unfortunately, we didn't get a replay of that one. So we are now back on run 2. The judges obviously watching the track directly, scoring what they saw with their own eyes on that one, on that specific one. Drivers ready? Judges ready? Okay, watch the lights, please. This is run 2. And this time it will be Jensen leading James. All right, here we go then into clipping point 1. James getting absolutely on the door. As Clark James in the wall on that clip, trying that little bit too hard. Jensen finding some pace in that shell, in that car, into 5. And you must also realise as well in drifting, if there is a 0 point run, it is always the first driver to score that would be a 0 that would then be excluded. So if a driver makes an error, or if both drivers were to make an error, it's the driver that makes the error first that would receive a 0 point run, just so that you're aware. Just to clarify, and obviously the driver's looking there to see if that's 1 or 2 wheels off over the hatchings on the initiation, and we have a decision. Right, we have a decision. Right, here we go. It's going to be a one more time from Dan. It's going to be one more time from all 3 judges. All right, so the judges unable. Dan, could I ask? May I ask? So Jensen had an understeer and James off track and the wall tap. Yep, okay. So 2 zeros from the drivers, 1 each in the opposite run. So we'll start again from fresh. Right, here we go. Right, what's the lights? This is one more time then from James Renshaw from Droney Drift Lounge based in Barwell in Leicestershire. Jensen, I'm sure his dad will tell me he's local. I think it's Midlands Drift Warehouse. I'm pretty sure it's Midlands Drift Warehouse and a bit of Ronin Drift Lounge as well. I'm sure they're over from that side of the country. We've got drivers from all over the country here with us this weekend. We've also had drivers over from Ireland as well, not just the UK. We've got people from Wales, Ireland, up the northeast, over the other side of the country, from all over the place. Right, let's have a look at this. What are the judges wanting to see here? I think it might be this contact here. Maybe they might have deemed Jensen a little bit too aggressive, or will they see James as not deep enough in the box? Okay, let's go to the run 2. The judges are happy to have seen that decision. So right, Jensen in the lead position. What's the lights? There we go then, 3 yellows and a green. Jensen Robinson Green in the lead against James Renshaw. And James again pushing his luck over that Hutchins. Whether it was 1 or 2 remains to be seen. But again, you see Jensen deep out into the box. And again, keeping those wheels all the way in the boxes on all these clipping points. Maybe not quite on 5, but obviously trying his absolute utmost. Yep, replays on the way. Okay, I think James just looked up at James. They just laughed as if to say, "Yeah, I did that." Thing is, you couldn't get any closer to it, James. You actually sat down on top of it. We have a decision. Right, let's have a look then, see which way the judges have called this one. Oh, and another one more time. Right, so this is sudden death. This is sudden death. Right, okay. Yep, so again, wheels offline, proximity. Right, here we go. Right, so watch the light speeds, gentlemen. Oh, we get rid of that. Oh, there we go. And James in the wall. In clip 1. So we shall let the guys finish their run. But obviously that will be a massive deficit for James as they move into the second run of their battle. Obviously Jensen will be aware of James's mistake there, some chronic understeer and then a touch in the wall. So Jensen going into the lead position on this run 2 with a massive advantage over Mr. Renshaw. Right, we're going to run 2. Right, drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights. Right, so Jensen Robinson Green, the youngster regular, like I say, I'm pretty sure it's Midlands Drift Warehouse over at Stafford. And James getting all aggressive with that award-winning overdose arm chassis underneath the Ronin Drift Sound liveried shell. And over the line, drivers give each other a fist pump. As we look towards the judges, I think it's a decision. So here we go, we're going to see who takes the win. It's either going to be, here we go, look, so Jensen gets a unanimous decision. So Jensen Robson Green, well done. Thank you, James, for coming this weekend. There we are, right, so next up we've got Chris Harper and Jamie Cheshire. Chris Harper making his way through the last chance battles. Jamie Cheshire having qualified. So let me check my paperwork. Yep, Jamie qualified 7th. And then obviously Chris has fought his way through the last chance battles that we did just after lunch to make it way into these finals. And don't forget, you will get a practice run. So Jamie, when you and Chris are both ready, you are permitted to drive to the start of the qualifying line, and then Chris, you can set off afterwards. Are you two ready for your practice run? Right, if you start the lights, please, Tim. Right, Jamie, if you'd like to do yours. Chris, this is just to allow the drivers just to get their hand in. They've been sat in the pits now for quite a while, so it's just to allow them to warm themselves up. Obviously, we will not be doing this in the top 16 because it's going to be the same for everybody at that stage, and obviously it will be from the start line, battles, 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 until we crown our Yokomo RC Drift Masters champion later on this afternoon. Right, judges ready, drivers ready, watch the lights.
The drivers are off. As you can see, he's nice lead. A little bit shallow into the first clip. Chase car a little bit deeper in there. Jamie's nice and deep through clip 2. Nice transition, keeping a reasonable proximity on there. Closing it in slowly. Through onto the final clip. Nice and deep by Jamie. Trying to keep proximity through there. A little bit separation, and they're over the line. So judges just looking at the replay, just making sure everything's okay. Drivers back on line, waiting anticipation for the lights to go down.
So yeah, Chris, a last minute entry just this week. Decided he'd fancied taking part. Again, another driver from AMRC. Let's say we'll see. We've seen Dan McKernam earlier go out of the competition, but we've yet to see Aaron. Mr. Grantham. Again, another driver like Callum Craddy from the Real Sport of Drifting. Right, judges ready? Drivers ready? Okay, watch the lights. Yep, so like I say, Aaron, a driver from Real Drifting, from E36 Kings, from when Drift Cup was a thing in the Real Drifting. Right, so Chris in that lead position with that 350Z shell, and then the BMW of Jamie in the chase position through 3, nose clip 4 into 5, the difficult one to judge, and away they go and over the line. Some wonderful proximity as everybody watches on here at MB Models up in Leeds, and obviously MB Models very kindly allowing us to use this venue for this event. Obviously the P-tile imported last year and then laid down underneath their buggy track that they operate racing here on a weekday. But obviously they don't just do, they're not usually do anything drift. So if you are into RC of any sort, especially buggies and touring cars, make sure you check out MB Models' website. And they have a vast array of components, not just for Yokomo parts, but various others. All right, and we have a decision already in the bag. Jamie Cheshire takes the win over Chris Harper. So Ronin Drift Lounge represented in the top 16 by Jamie with the BMW. So well done, Chris. Right, next up, Chris Wilson, another driver from Ronin Drift Lounge. And we've got Jobbers, Ryan Joblin from Team Green in his E36, the car that makes all of the noises. So yeah, a few people, but obviously these guys are going to get to do a practice run. It will be Jobbers leading, and it will be Chris in second place. Obviously the guys are aware now that during this top 32 they're going to get a practice lap. Obviously Ryan will head off as soon as he gets to the Drift Matsuri flats. Okay, watch the lights, Ryan. And then Chris, you can follow on once Ryan gets to the scoring zone. That's it. Thank you very much. This is, like I say, this is in the top 32 only, just to allow the drivers to get the hand in, remind them how to do this, and the rest, as they say, will be history. All these guys running these Team Yokomo sun visors. Right, I'm gonna let you do this one, Gaz.
You're gonna let me do this one?
I am.
No
I'm
problem.
gonna have some dinner.
Yeah, some dinner. Enjoy. So just waiting for the drivers to come back up and the judges to set them off. Ryan in the lead run. Watch the lights, guys. So we've got Ryan setting off in the lead run. Chasing down with a running drift lounge car. Nicely through clip 1 by Jobbers into clip 2. Nice little bit of proximity pressure there as he comes through the clip. Back onto the door he goes. Chasing Jobbers, giving a little bit of room there through clip 4. Ooh, a little bit of a wall tap. And Jobbers, they're both across the line. Very aggressive proximity there, which is very nice to see, especially so early in the stages. Judges just having a look at that one, just to see what's happening. So Jobbers running, I'm trying to remember what chassis he's running. Is it MC1 still? Yeah, so same one as well running. MC1 running the overdose motor, which is what you may be able to hear over the ambient noise. Distinctive noise. Judges have a decision. They're just waiting for run 2 now. Watch the lights, guys. So this one, Chris to lead with the running drift lounge skyline. Nicely through clip 1 into clip 2. Oh, came out of clip 2 and back into clip 2. Jobbers trying to keep up a nice proximity on there. A little bit of a gap separation coming through to clip 4. Round into clip 5. Almost through and over the line. Picking up the proximity as he got towards the end there, Jobbers. Nice one. Nice run by Chris. Judges just watching the replay at the moment. So Chris from Running Drift Lounge. Jobbers is a regular at NRD and likes to visit other tracks as well. Visits Slide House regularly when they have their open days. And we have a judge's decision in. And all 3 judges going for Ryan. Next up we have Chris Flatt and Aaron G. Aaron Grantham. Mr. AMRC. Just waiting for those to come up. Chris Flatt, regular driver at NRD. And Aaron is a former real drifter. Like just saying, once upon a time as a real drifter. Few in the audience saying he's on a comeback. Aaron to lead. Watch the lines, guys. Practice run. Obviously, when the first car leads over the restart line, second car wants to set off. So this is just a practice run where the guys can get their eye coordination and fingers going. Get used to things go how it needs to be for the judged runs. So just making the way back to the line now so we can start the first run. Judges are ready. Drivers ready. Watch the lights. So we have Aaron leading with Chris Flack chasing. Setting off through there. Initiated into the first clip box. Nice line through first clip. Going in through the second. A little bit of coming out the box and back in. Running through on there. Chris Flack. Nice and steady through on clip 5 and over the line. So the AMC car up at the front. So just lining up, just waiting for the judges to watch the replay to see what's happened. And then we can be on with the second run. So as you can see through there, Chris just initiating back through to clip 3. Running through onto the final clip. You can see Chris there just following through, keeping a pretty much similar line to what Aaron ran through. So just again, we're here at MB Models with the Yokomo event, RC Drift Masters. Run 2, watch the lights. Chris leading this run. Aaron chasing as he initiates into the first clip. Aaron getting nice proximity through there, following Chris's line through. A little bit out of the box on clip 2, back in, and then over onto clip 3. Nice and deep through Chris on number 3. Initiating nose clip on 4, through 5, and over the finish line. Really nice proximity, pushing over the line there. Just having a look at the replay on that one. We may have a decision, possibly. Decisions in, just been put in. Sweeps liking that one, the look of it. And we have Aaron Grantham who's through all 3 judges. Next up we have a little wall touch from Chris on the decision there. Next up we have Tiny Tim and Sam Brown.
Tim Parnell.
Tim Parnell, yeah.
Yeah. Right, Tim Parnell and Sam Brown. So we've got another Team Green driver with the biggest wing ever. I can't say that middle word because we're on live stream. Otherwise I would be hammering it. And then we've got another representative from Ronin Drift Lounge in Sam Brown. In the, is that a GR? Is that a GR86? It looks like it to me.
Looks like it. Tim to lead, I think it is.
Looks just like her. And I do believe it will be Tim to lead. It will be Tim to lead. Correct, obviously, top 32. So you get a practice run, boys. Obviously, Tim, when you get to the judging line, Sam, you can then follow. Please watch the lights. Thank you very much. Obviously, Tim has been out of the game for a little bit, but he's back in now with this brand new S14 shell from Addiction, running a GRK5R underneath there. And then we've got Sam, let's say regular at Running Drift Lounge with that GR86 in the silver and red livery that the Ronin boys use. Sam visited Slidehouse recently as well. And we always have a good time with the boys from Ronin. So yeah, here we go then. So we'll get these guys lined up. Judges are clearly ready. Drivers, you ready? Okay, watch the lights. Okay, so Tim with that beautiful S14 in that lead position with Sam hot on his heels. Tim, you look at the size of the wing on that car, honestly, it's massive. You could eat your dinner off that. Well, I could. Right, there we are, and through 5. The proximity from Sam there, all the way through that run. Something that we should be, you know, this is what we're expecting. I mean, don't forget, boys and girls, this is only the top 32. We've got the top 16, top 8, semi-finals and finals before we crown the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026 here at MB Models in Leeds. This venue is absolutely incredible for what we're doing. Like I say, we have to thank Michael once again for allowing us to host this event here, to be able to run 2 identical tracks, to allow these drivers as much practice as physically possible. And these tracks have been busy non-stop from 11 o'clock yesterday morning until 6 o'clock last night, and then again this morning from 11 o'clock onwards. In fact, I think it was even earlier. We've been running these tracks to allow these drivers to get as much seat time as possible. Just as in real drifting, seat time is king in every form of drifting. So trying to give these drivers every opportunity to show our hobby at its finest. And like I say, if you're not into your RC drifting, but you do fancy knowing a little bit more, please make sure you check out the names that we've mentioned already, or the tracks, should I say. You've got Unit 11 down in South Wales, you've got Running Drift Lounge over at Barwell in Leicestershire, you've got Slide House over at Boston and Lincolnshire, you've got Rat Trap, which is literally 20 minutes down the road. They open every Saturday, Friday, Saturday, and
Wednesday, Friday, Saturday.
Wednesday, Friday, Saturday.
For the drifting.
Scott opens running on Wednesdays, Saturdays and Sundays, I believe. And then you've got Drift Shack, which opens every now and again. Not 100% certain on their times. So if you check out Team Green on Instagram, he'll let you know. Where else have we got, Sam?
Drift
Sam
Manager.
on BBRC, down in Bath and Bristol.
Yep.
Where
Unit
else
11.
I mentioned Unit 11. Where else have we got? I'm forgetting. Right, how are we at then? Right, are we ready for run 2? Right, judges ready? Drivers ready? Watch the lights. Right, yeah, so, yeah, visit your local track. Have a look, do a Google. Your local drift track. And you never know, it could be you taking part in something like this. Right, Sam's running that perfect line. Tim, I don't know, a little bit way offline in my opinion. Not close enough, maybe not running that line to be able to run that proximity that we saw from Sam when he was in that chase position. Admittedly, he was off that first clip, but then seemed to make it up through the rest of the run. You look at Sam here, he's lovely and wide at 90 degrees as requested, just in the clipping box. But Tim there on the inside of the clipping box, and that transition there, I think the judges may have something to say about that one again. Sam deep in clip 3 before this transition at 4. And then deep into 5. And where's Tim? Ooh. I'm just saying what I see, Tim. It's nothing personal. Right, there we are. Sam gets Lee's call. And Dan, is it going to be a unanimous decision? Oh, Tony thought it was a one more time, but obviously 3 judges, so Dan and Lee. So it will be Sam Brown from Ronin Drift Lounge moving on into that all-important top 16. So well done to both drivers. Right, have we got next? We've got Shian and Jack Milner. So Jack, again, Drift Nutters, representing Drift Nutters, Jack Milner. And Shian also representing Drift Nutters and Slide Customs with one of Keith's shells on top of that car. So Jack absolutely buzzing yesterday, qualifying. Absolutely buzzing. Yep, it'll be Cheyenne to lead. And Jack in the chase, like I say, this is the top 32, so you will get one practice lap. Obviously, Cheyenne, when you see the green, you go up to the scoring zone. And then, Jack, you are welcome to follow just to get your finger in. To warm up. Oh, don't be jeering when I say things like that, girls. Watch the lights. Again, this is just a practice, so Cheyenne will go to the judging line, and then Jack will follow suit, just to warm up them fingers. Make sure that they haven't forgot how to do what they're here to do. And that's drift on that perfect line all the way through the circuit here at MB Models in the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026. So these laps are just for the guys to get into the zone. As you can see, as you will look around the cameras, showing people here watching this competition intently. We hope you're enjoying it on the live stream on YouTube. We're not watching the comments, so we're not replying to anything, but we hope you're enjoying it. Right, drivers ready, judges ready, watch the lights. All right, here we go then. Tony, Lee and Dan watching these runs all weekend, also taking notes in case there's any questions to be asked by the drivers. But obviously during the competition, the drivers are not allowed to approach the judges in any way, shape or form, because the judge's decision is always final. Wow, what a run, what a run.
Really nice run.
Right, okay. Very nice run from both drivers. Like I say, Cheyenne running that slide custom shell. And you see Young Noah there just getting a shot of his teammate from Drift Nutters. Okay, so the judges looking there. Looks like it could well have been 2 wheels off for Cheyenne. Obviously, we won't know until we've done this second run. Watch the lights. This is run 2 of this round of the top 32. We've still got quite a few to go. So if you are enjoying this, we hope you'll share this to your feed on your Instagram stories or on your Facebook pages or your own personal pages. Anything's appreciated. We're here to promote RC drifting, supported by Team Yokomo from Japan. As we see Cheyenne and Jack go across the line. You can see the Slide Customs intercooler on the front of the Supra. We have a decision already, so the judges have seen enough. All right, let's see what the screen says when it comes up. We've got a one more time from Dan. We've got Tony saying Jack Milner, so it's down to Lee now. Is it going to be a one more time? Is it going to be Jack, or is it going to be she? Ooh, drum roll, and it's going to be a one more time. All right, Dan, if I could ask, Dan, if I could have an explanation on that, please. All right, okay, so it was due to them both hitting the wall during their runs. Right, so the tables are reset, drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights. Okay, here we go then, 3 yellows and a green. Right, here we go. Look at Jack, he's determined to make a mark on this. Well done, boys. Well done. Right, so a replay taking part now. Cheyenne this time a little bit more aggressive. Ooh, Jack on that initiation. Not sure if there was a touch of understeer. I'm just saying what I see. Watching this run back through with a little bit of slow-mo on it so we can see exactly, or the judges can see exactly. Obviously Jack's allowed to run that wheel over that line as we explained in the briefing this morning. And if you wanted to see the judging criteria for for qualifying, you can watch that back on RCTV on their YouTube channel. I think it's the first time these guys have been involved with drift on a scale size. They are used to going all the way across the world filming buggy racing and touring car racing, having just come back from Thailand last week. And then obviously focusing on this event here for Team Yokomo at MB Models in Leeds, obviously in association with FPS RC Drift Media. Sam's here this weekend covering the event with shots that we'll be sharing across our socials at RC_Drift Masters. And then we've got Rat Trap /NRD, who have been responsible for the groundwork, putting these tracks down, making sure they're absolutely millimetre perfect. Then we've got obviously Slide Customs supporting the event with some prizes that we'll distribute later, along with Asbo RC, Dale Clements, who was joined us yesterday. Nice to see Dale. And we're after... Right, here we go. Drivers ready, judges ready, watch the lights. Right, here we go then, run 2. On this battle, on this one more time. Here we go, went through clip 2 into 3. Just trying to keep the back of the cars off the wall. This track designed to push these drivers to the limit, to see who is going to be the best of the best on the day. These guys, honestly, these guys are making it look easy. We've had some newbies come to our track at Slidehouse recently, and from a different form of RC, and they're quite surprised how difficult this actually is. So if you think this is easy, because we run gyros, we invite you to come and have a look, come and have a go at this at your wherever your local track may be. If you've got any doubts or want to know where they are, just drop us a message on our socials, or Slidehouse, or Rat Trap, or any of the tracks running, Drift Lounge, Drift Essex, Midlands Drift Warehouse. We'll all quite happily let you know where your local track is. Obviously we're here to promote RC drifting to the masses, and if, let's say, if you're into your touring cars or buggies, we respect that, and we would expect the same in return. It's not for everybody, but as you can see by this competition, when we've got a company like Yokomo asking us to assist with promotion here in the UK, the powers that be sees a value in RC drifting. Okay, we have a decision. So we'll look to the screen. We've got Jan and Jack up on there on the screen. Now it's Jack. For Dan, is it going to be... Oh, it's a one more time from Lee. What about Tony? He's going to have the final call. It's going to be a one more time. So this is sudden death. Is this due to mistakes from both drivers, gentlemen? Due to 2 mistakes. Alternative, yeah? Huh? Okay, so it's going to be a one more time regardless, right? So, yeah, mistakes on both sides. So again, back to sudden death. This is the final battle that these 2 drivers will be doing. Once we don't go past 2 one more times after the original battle. So this is it, boys. The best of luck to both of you. If you could please watch the lights. Right, Shanta lead in that Slide Customs shell with Jack with the white A90 Supra in the chase position. Jack pulling lots of angle on the inside of that corner. I'm trying to keep my voice down so that the drivers are not distracted too much, because we have got commentary running here at the venue as well, the same as you guys have at home. So you'll have to excuse me if my voice gets quiet. Look at the pressure from Jack on that final corner, not affecting the composure of Xian's car. Obviously we would love to see that again, just to see where we're at. So Xian chucking that car absolutely beautiful on that clip 1. The judges will, and look at Jack there, just a little bit over angle. That's what I was looking at when I commented on the actual run itself. Like I say, I'm trying to keep my voice down during the runs so we don't distract these drivers too much. And then a nice flick and into the clipping zone. And right, I think the judges are quite happy with what they're seeing. I think we're going to go to the start line, ready for run 2 of this battle. Right, drivers ready, judges ready, watch the lights. So it will be Jack this time to lead. You can see that Slide Customs intercooler sticking through the front bumper of that A90 shell, and then Xi'an in. Oh, and Jack's in the wall on this run. That's the. Don't forget, this is 6 runs that they've done back to back, and Jack just pushing that little bit too hard. But nothing to be ashamed of whatsoever. It is so difficult. Well done, guys. Right, the decision is in. There were some awesome battles, and Xi'an, majority decision. Xi'an gets the win and moves on into the top 16 of the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026. Right, next up, Andy Ronin, Michael Machin, up on the line, please. And obviously we'll do a practice run. And then, yep, I've got 3 battles after this. And then we're into the top 16, and then obviously the practice runs will be gone, and then we will be straight into battle every single time, all the way through. So it will speed up, and then believe me, when the top 16 starts, we'll soon fly through that. In the real world, it usually takes about an hour to do a top 16, so we are all good to go. Right, gentlemen, obviously you will get a practice lap. The lead driver, which is, I believe, is Andy. Obviously, once Andy gets to the start of the judging zone, then Steve can set off. So, Tim, if you would like to initiate the lights, please. Yep. All right, so it will be Andy is due to lead. Top qualifier, so we'll rectify that when they come back around to the start line after this practice. Okay, so watch the lights, gentlemen. Okay, Andy. Steve, yeah. Go on, you can go. No, that's all right, yeah, just waiting for the lights, that's all. All right. Right, so Andy. Will be in the lead position when they go back round to the start line. Right, so Andy is the lead driver, and he will assume the lead position. Michael will be in the chase. Right, here we go. Right, drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights. Right, here we go. So the GT86 versus the FC RX7 out on track with the works. I'm assuming that's going to possibly be a GARM underneath the shell of Andy Ronin, with it having a wheeled logo down the door and a works sticker. So these drivers already at the finish line, these laps flying through the Team Shogun shell, that FC looking very sweet, and Andy's shell also looking very, very good. Okay, ready for run 2? All right, ready for run 2 already, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Right, it'll be Michael to lead, the FC. Right, watch the lights, and here we go. Thank you very much. Right, so Michael's leading this time. And Andy Ronin absolutely nailing it on that Tetsujin curbing. Just brushing it, but not hitting the wall. And dives up on the inside of Michael in that FC, just a tiny bit of contact I think there, but Andy deep in that zone, but then so is Michael. So over the line they go. That's going to be, I'll tell you what, I'm so glad I'm not judging.
It's going to be a tough one, that. Definite tough one.
And we have a decision already, so the judges have already seen enough. They've made up their minds. Right, here we go then, one more time, straight in. No issues whatsoever. Straight back to the start line then, gentlemen. No warm-up this time. We are straight into battle. Okay, it was due to contact in both directions, so nice and clean this time, gentlemen. Right, here we go, top 32. One more time. Andy Ronin, Michael Machin. Watch the lights.
So just setting off there, a little bit of contact as they initiated through. Through clip 1, coming through into clip 2, GR86 nicely through on the second half of that clip box. Transitioned into clip 3. And Shogun just coming out a little bit there, coming through the track. Onto clip 5. Halfway through there and over the line. Approximately close in there by the RX-7 towards the end of it. Judge is just having a look at that one. Getting a replay through. Nice amount of angle there coming out of the clip 2 by the
Michael
GX6.
was so close.
Very close.
So close. You wouldn't put a fag paper in that gap. Not that kids will know what they are, but, you know.
Definite old school. Showing your age.
Yeah. And then over the line. Right, that's the end of that run. So hopefully the judges have got that run locked in their heads. Deliberating. Don't know, it's thirsty work this, don't it, Gaz?
Definitely.
Stomach thinks my throat's cut, I think.
Slight hints there. So we have a decision. Run 2. What driver's ready? Judges ready? Watch the lights. So they've just set off, initiated into clip 1. The RX-7, that reasonably deep on that one. Nice and deep into clip 2. Both of them coming through there. Oh, a little touch on the switch over. Didn't look to hinder it much. And into clip 5, nicely over, close proximity, and over the line.
I have to say, I love that dive from Andy on 5. If we see that on that replay, that dive from Andy there was...
It's this one here as well, how it doesn't hinder the lead car that much, from what I saw.
Well, they're both running that it's that qualifying line, isn't it? It's
Yep.
just, I mean, look how close Andy is there, and then he just lifts off enough to allow Michael to do his transition. But we know Andy from of old. We know he's a good driver. He's visited us at Slidehouse. I don't know if he's been to your place, but he was, every time he's visited us, he's always been absolutely pinpoint accurate with his driving. Oh, we're looking at, oh, that's worn. Yeah. That bit. Oh, but we're not allowed to.
No,
well, we can comment.
We can comment.
We can comment, but that's it.
It's the judge's decision.
Yeah, but like I say, if you're watching this and you're into your JDM stuff, I mean, you can literally get any possible shell you could possibly wish for. Team Yokomo make all sorts of shells that are drift related and buggy related and touring cars. So if you check out Michael's website, MB Models, they've got all sorts listed. Here we go. Then the scores are in. Dan says Andy. Tony says one more time. And then it's on to Lee. Right, okay, so Andy Ronan with a majority decision takes a win from Michael. The drivers give each other a fist pump. Obviously, it's all about respect when it comes to drifting. That's the ethos of drifting from start to finish. So well done to both drivers for putting on an excellent battle. Right, so next up, we've got Ashton Potter and Greg Mitchell. And it will be Ashton leading. And the names are up on the board. So Ashton recently secured a full-time sponsorship deal with Yokomo in Japan, and the contract has been signed. So Ashton here to help promote, and Ashton will be in the lead position. Okay, so it's looking like we may have to call her one more time if Ashton has a problem with his car. So one more time, we didn't discuss those because under...
Not one more time.
Sorry, I meant
mean
a 5 minute rule.
a competition.
5 minute rule. No, it will be a 5 minute rule. Okay, so Ashton's calling a 5 minute rule. So We don't normally have 5-minute rules in RC, but obviously we relate this to real drifting. So what we'll do, we'll move on to the next battle if possible, and then come back to that one. I'm just double checking with Frank, or would you like us to have a quick 5-minute break, Frank? Or a short break? So we can go through to our next battle. So if the next two drivers would like to make their way to track then, so that'll be Dylan and Steve Dixon. All right, so we need to start a stopwatch. I'm going to start a stopwatch on the 5-minute rule. Right, we'll just reduce it because obviously he's already left the circuit. So that means he's got 5 minutes to get back to the track and be ready to run. In the meantime, we've got Steve Dixon from Slide Customs and we've got Dylan Campbell from Slide Customs, both regulars at Drift Masters and Steve at Slide House. Right, so you get a practice run, gentlemen, as you're aware. Lead driver Dylan, once you get to the line, Steve, you're welcome to set off. And like I say, this is just a practice, just to get your finger in. And then obviously you will line up on the start line. Dylan, the 2024 RC Drift UK champion, took the victory at Silverstone at the home of British Motorsport with an incredible mix of drivers, the best drivers in the UK. Dylan actually beating Timmy in the final at Silverstone. Right, Team AD driver, Steve Dixon drives for Team AD as well. Oh, look at this, a service with a smile. Look at that, Michael's made me a brew and everything. Ooh.
So guys, just on the...
Stood on my cable when I stood up for my headphones. It didn't work, that.
Schoolboy
Error. Right, we're just... refreshment for the judges. Obviously, they've been up here all weekend. Again, we'd like to give a big shout out to the judges. We've got Lee Barker, a real drifter, runs an R34 with an RB26 in it. Then we've got Tony Wu representing Team Yokomo from Japan. And then we've got Dan Harrison from RC Drift UK 2024. Right, gentlemen. We will run your battle. You've done your practice run, so we will run this battle first. We can see Ashton's ready, so we'll run this battle first and then refer back to our previous battle. Right, gentlemen, judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights, please. All right, here we go then. Two Slide Customs drivers side by side on that start line. GRK 5R underneath the shell of Dylan's and an AD RD2 underneath Steve Dixon's shell. Both these shells, absolutely. These shells are all paints. There is no stickers apart from what we've supplied them this weekend with their car numbers and sun visors. So if you ever see one of Slide Custom shells, they are all painted and not stickers. So they're absolutely incredible pieces of kit. All right. The judges just watching that replay to see where we were at there with Steve just borderline. Obviously, judges will make the call on whether that was off track or not. Right, next run, please, live stream. Right, here we go then. So we swap them over. If you've just tuned in and you're from a racing background, this is drifting, RC drifting, where the drivers do one run in the lead and one run in the chase. And the judges make a decision on which driver is the better out of the two runs. For those of you that are not into your drizzling, right, we can go now to run 2, where the drivers will swap over. You can see Steve Dixon in the AD, Team AD car will now lead. Judges ready, drivers ready, watch the lights.
So just setting off on there. Dylan in the chase run. Nice initiation by the lead car. Following through. Into clip 2. Nice and deep both drivers. Into clip 3. A little touch there. A little aggression. Onto the last clip and over the line. Yeah, Dylan, I think, was one of the best shell winners, if I remember rightly from yesterday.
Yep, that's right. Yep, Michael likes that shell a lot. He decided on the shell of Adrian Lloyd because he painted it as shell, as opposed to a shell that's been painted by a custom designer. So it was those that he painted his own shell. That's the reason why there was 2 prizes awarded. Michael from MB very kindly stepping up and offering some prizes for Dylan, and Slidehouse giving a £50 voucher for the best chassis and best shell, and they can spend that either visiting us to drive, or they can use it in the shop at Slidehouse. So I'm just watching, just clocked onto the live stream just to see how it's going on there, and I can't see any comments. Let's have a look. I've no idea how you do. Okay, there we are. Right, thank you all very much. Drift Shack, right, oh, invite only, right, okay. Okay, Ethan Gibberson, good afternoon, young man. So I'm just talking to a couple of people on the live stream while the guys deliberate. Missed the briefing yesterday, but the chase car keeps on going.
I think we have a decision.
Okay, we believe we have a decision. Right, here we go then. So Dylan Campbell gets Tony's vote, as does Dan, so that will be it. And it's a full sweep. Dylan Campbell, the 2024 RC Drift UK champion, takes the win over Steve Dixon, but I'm sure Steve will be satisfied with making the top 32 and won't mind too much getting beaten by his teammate. Right, we've referred back to the previous battle then. Obviously, Ashton got his car sorted. It will be Ashton Potter from Team Yokomo and Greg Mitchell, who has started his own channel recently. So make sure you go and check out Dev. If you search Dev something on Facebook, I'm sure it'll pop up. If not, we'll make sure we tag him in a post later, all being well. So it's a practice lap first, gents. Ashton, if you'd like to go to the judging zone. Greg, if you'd like to start off now, please, to do yours, so that we're not, you're not actually battling, so that there's no benefit from either of you running first or second. And then we'll get you back around to the start line, where Ashton will be in the lead position, being the higher qualifier from Greg. And Greg making it through the last chance battles that we had earlier on today. So already got one battle under his belt. Right, so Ashton from Rat Trap, literally 10 minutes down, well, 15 minutes down the road. Right, judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. Right, here we go then. Ashton with that S15 shell. Greg with a purple PS13. And Greg there applying as much pressure as physically possible to Ashton. Oh, and Greg there going a little bit aggressive, gets a little bit too sideways, knocks the back end of the car into the wall. Just chasing down that S-Figure, and Greg again, unfortunately, they're making a slight error. But this is RC drifting. It's tough. It's tough at the top, boys and girls. I don't think we need to. Are we ready straight for the second run? Yeah, we can go straight to the second run, please, Frank. Again, we must thank RCTV, as we've got drivers ready, judges ready, watch the lights. We must thank RCTV for streaming this on their channel on YouTube. Hopefully you're watching. If you're watching this on a replay, good afternoon. We hope you've enjoyed the action so far. And obviously the qualifying from yesterday is also on the channel, so you can always come back and have a look. Look at Ashton, absolutely pinned. He doesn't need to do this. He knows that Greg made a mistake, more than one mistake, so he's putting everything on the line and across the line. If there was any doubt as to why Ashton was awarded that sponsorship from Yokomo with driving like that, just in the top 32, and it's an ultimate decision. Ashton goes through into the top 16. So well done, Ashton. Well done, Greg. Right, next up, we've got Dan Robinson and Tom Slaney. So we've got a represent Dan RC on Instagram if you're interested in what Dan does. So if we can have Dan RC on the track, please, along with Thomas Slaney. And the timer, you have 1 minute to get to track, gentlemen. There we are, I've got Dan RC with his car on track. And then we've got Tom representing Drift Manji, so hopefully Wayne will be watching at home. Good afternoon, Wayne, I hope you're well. Drift Manji over at Heckman Dwight. The gentlemen shake hands on the line. So Dan is the lead driver from Tom, who went through the last chance battles this morning. If you practice lap, if you'd like to watch the lights, obviously when you get to the judging zone, right, yours, Tom, thank you very much. Like I say, this is just to allow the drivers to get their hand in, make sure that they are ready to drive in there. Sorry, just Sam pulling faces at me, sticking his tongue out and everything. So yeah, so these guys just doing a practice run. You can see Dan's unique spoiler on the back of that S13. I meant to ask him about it, but I'll have to ask him afterwards. Right, okay, drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights. All right, Dan RC took part in Clash of Titans last weekend, I believe, in Germany.
Yeah, very.
Does a lot of competitions, including internationals. So Dan is more than capable of pulling off some incredible runs. You can see there he's deep into clip 2, snappy into 3, running the perfect angle that the judges asked for. Again, clip 4, but Tom's there, look. Oh, and Tom clips the wall, unfortunately, in that chase position, desperately trying to keep up with Dan. So Dan RC's got a list of sponsors. If you check back through our socials on Instagram and Facebook, we did list all the people that gives his support, right? We are quite happy that we don't need to see the replay of run. Right, drivers ready, judges ready, watch the lights. It says this event supported by FPS RC Drift Media, who's with us in the house, Slide House, who have done a lot of the administration work in the background, NRD and Rat Trap, putting in the groundwork here with the track. And then obviously Michael from MB Models allowing us to host this event at his incredible venue, normally used for buggy racing, as we see Tom go over the line in front of Dan. And I think there will be a decision straight away. Yep, there will be a decision straight away on this one, Frank. Here we are. Dan Robinson takes the win. Unanimous decision. Obviously an error there from Tom in that lead position. So Dan Robinson moves into the 16. Right, we have got the only female taking part in the grid against one of our supporters, Madison. So we've got Madison Lloyd and Keith Newton up on the line next. So Maddie came to lighten our attention in 2024, again in RC Drift UK, taking a year out in 25. And then we've got Keith, the Newton. Right, so practice run. So are we right? So Madison will lead. So obviously watch the lights. Keith, you wait till Madison gets to that judging line just to get your finger in. Okay, here we go then. So Keith running a MC3, Rividi MC3 underneath that slide custom shell. Obviously, like I've explained before, this shell is all paint. There's not the only stickers on it are the numbers that we've put on them this weekend, which are his car numbers and sun visor and a slide house sticker. And that is it, Madison with that S13.
I think Madison's running a Team AD RDX, if I remember rightly.
Right, okay, Team AD RDX. So like I say, Madison will lead on this first run, and Keith will be second. Right, here we go then. Judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. Okay, so Madison in the white car with the what looks like carbon fibre doors, and Keith in the Rividi A90 Super, crafted by his own fair hand, obviously with the underglows fitted as well. Keith recently visited Japan along with his teammate Steve Dixon and did some driving over that way. Okay, so that's the first run over and done with. obviously the judges watching these intently to ensure they make the right decision regardless of who it is on track. Every driver judged exactly the same all the way from practice yesterday when the judges were seeing who was setting the benchmark so that they have got something to work on. Same again this morning. They were required to watch practice, battle practice, which we had on both tracks. Okay, we're ready for run 2, or are we just keeping going? Right, okay. Okay, we are ready for the second run. All right, so this time it will be Keith to lead, Madison to chase. All right, drivers ready, judges ready, watch the lights. So you can see Keith still sporting the Clash of Titans sun visor on the front of his A90, and then running really, really wide off the line there, which he's allowed to do, and then deep into that clipping zone, and then Madison trying to keep up with Keith with this incredibly quick car. Keith, a regular at Drift Nutters on Madison, makes a mistake there, runs into Keith, desperately trying to keep up. And that might be all she wrote. A fist pump from the pair of them on the podium. I think that might be the writing on the wall. I'm looking across. Judges are heads down, deep in discussion. Okay, I can see some scores being put in. Here we go. And it was Keith Newton moves on to the top 16. So well done, Madison. Congratulations on making the 32. Right, so that's it. So we are now on to our last run of the weekend. No, the weekend. The last run of the top 32 even. I was jumping ahead of myself there. Blimey. Right, top 32, final. It's Sam Little, our top qualifier. The man that we did a write-up recently of. And his teammate, Adrian Lloyd, wherever he is. Adrian, good afternoon, sir. Right. These guys both from Unit 11, as is Madison, that we've just seen in the previous battle with Keith. Right, so practice run. Obviously, Sam, when you get to the judging line, then obviously, Aid, you are more than welcome to do a lap as well. Again, this is just to allow the drivers to get their hand in. They've been sat around waiting for their turn to battle. And then after this, we'll be straight into the top 16 with no break. And it'll be Andres and Slideshow Bob up on the start line after this one. So if you guys can get yourself prepared, please. And then we'll roll straight into the top 16. There'll be no break. We'll go straight into... Oh, you'd need a 2-minute break. Oh, okay, we'll have a 2-minute break. But yeah, we'll have a graphic of the top 16 on the screen for everybody to see at home after this battle. Right, okay. Right then, boys and girls. Right, drivers ready? Judges ready? Watch the lights. So this is the final battle of the 32. This is for the last slot in that top 16.
Ready?
Here we go. Right, lights are green. Sam in that white BMW, chased by Aid in that GT86.
And Aid with the chase car who won best shell yesterday.
Yes, he did, yeah. And that was due to the fact that it was painted himself rather than by somebody else. That's the only reason why. So a good run there from both of them. Obviously these two, Unit 11 was formerly Custom Culture. And I believe their evenings are Tuesdays and Fridays. I could be way out there, but no, I'm wrong. Anyway, concentrate on your driving. We'll worry about that afterwards. Let's get your second run out of the way. But in the meantime, we're just watching a replay. So just let the judges see what they need to see. What nights, Adrian? Tuesday, Wednesdays and Friday. Custom Culture. A slow-mo of the initiation, please.
And Sundays as well.
Oh, it's here, look. It's here. Yeah. Now, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say anything just yet. Right, we are ready for run 2. Drivers ready. Judges ready. Watch the lights. Okay, so Adrian Lloyd, let's say Unit 11, and Sam absolutely really wide and maybe a little bit too far on the inside line there. Allows him to transition, snaps back on the inside as they come into 3 and then nose clip at 4 and then out to 5. All the way around the outside. Oh,
Sam pushing for aggression there.
very much so.
So just deliberating with the judges, trying to have a look at this and see what's happening. Just going through the replay.
Okay, we have a decision on the last run of the top 32. And where we're going to be at here. All right, here we go then. Who's going through? Oh, one more time from Tony. One more time from Lee. So it's going to be a one more time regardless. So the last battle of the top 32 is going to be a one more time. Right, so we've got no practice run. We're straight into the 32. Drivers ready? Judges ready? Watch the lights.
So just setting off now. Sam to lead. The BMW there. Nice initiation into 1. Nice and deep all the way through 1. Just coming out towards the end. Into deep 2. Aid trying to keep a proximity on there. Switch into 3. Aid a little bit deeper. Sam picking up the proximity into 4. The nose clip and back onto 5. Across the line. Nice runs there. Judges just having a look at that one before we run on to run 2. Yep, run 2. So here we go. Judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. So Aid to lead on this one. With Sam chasing through. Nice initiation by Aid. Nice through clip 1 onto clip 2. Sam trying to keep proximity on there. Trying to see if he can force an error through. Aid just running through the box onto the nose clip, a little shallow, onto the final clip, bringing in lots of angle, and over the line they go.
Right, so we will have a very short break as we go into the 16. We will put up the graphic of the top 16 battles that are about to happen. Well, we need a little bit of a refreshment break, a comfort break. I'm going to call it. We need a comfort break. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. And then we will be into the top 16, and then we're not going to stop until we have a champion. Every battle will just run and run and run, and will float, and they're going to get better and better and better. I mean, this is a top 32, and I mean, that battle there, I mean, it just, some of the runs, I mean, Ashton stood out for me with his procs. Right, we have the results. This will be, and Sam Little takes the win. So our top qualifier from yesterday moves through into the top 16. Well done, Ed. There we are. There is the top 16. Oh, hang on, it was. That was keen. I think we have to refresh it right here. We are then. Let's. I think we're all right on there then, aren't we? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're just going to put a little bit of music on. Let us have a quick comfort break, and we'll be back as soon as possible. All right, see you soon. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, gentlemen, if you'd like to make your way trackside, please. We are about to go live once again with a quick introduction for the top 16. Okay, you ready? Okay, boys and girls, gentlemen, we are back on the live stream. We are showing you on the screen the top 16 battles that we are about to witness. As you can see, we've got Andris and Slideshow Bob, Andy, on the start line now. You can't see them, but we can tell you. And then we've got Scott Hill from Running Drift Lounge in the second battle, again versus Ryan Addis. And then we have Jensen Robinson Green against Jamie Cheshire, again from Running Drift Lounge. That's Midlands Drift Warehouse driver against Running Drift Lounge. You've got Ryan Joblin from Team Green versus Aaron Grantham from Team AMRC. Sam Brown, again, running at Drift Lounge. And then Shian, who is a regular at Drift Nutters down in Halstead in Essex. Andy Ronin back in the saddle after taking a sabbatical for a year or so. Nice to see Andy back in, and he's got the Team Yokomo driver, Ashton Potter. And then we've got the champion from 2024, Dylan Campbell, in the Slide Customs car versus Dan Robinson, an international driver with a list of sponsors the length of your arm. And then you have got the last heat is Keith Newton, Mr. Slide Customs himself, versus Sam Little, our number one qualifier. Right, our judges, Tony Wu, Lee Barker, Daniel Harrison are in position. We have Tim Newell working the controls on the computer. We've got Gareth Hemingway sat by my side assisting me with commentary. And as you can see there, we are now into the top 16. The event supported by FPS, Slidehouse, NRD, MB Models, hosting the event, Slide Customs, and Asbo RC. I believe Dale is watching at home, so good afternoon, Dale. Make sure you tune into Dale's Facebook page at 4 o'clock for his usual on a Sunday afternoon, which I'm assuming why he was here yesterday and not today. Anyway, in the meantime, we are ready. Right, judges, are you ready? Right, live stream, are we ready? Obviously, we are streaming live on RC TV on YouTube. Right, gentlemen, no practice this time round, please. Judges ready, drivers ready, watch the lights. Right, for those at home, we've got 3 yellows and a green, and we're off with Andy in the lead position in that green car, in that green chaser. Then Andris in the gold S15, a recent shell for Andris. We're used to seeing him in with a yellow shell with his regular visits to Slidehouse. Again, a regular at Drift Nutters down in Halstead in Essex. And as you can see, both drivers sticking to that qualifying line and over the line. Very equal driving from the pair. And I've no idea what that is on screen right now, but that was just a replay from a previous run. As you can see, Andris is that tall, he can't see him on the live stream. Can't see his head. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, right. Judges, are you happy with your call? You'd like a replay, right? Okay, can we have a replay of run 1, please? Okay, we've just got a little bit of a technical issue there, gentlemen, so if you'd just like to hang on a second. Yeah, so Andris, like I say, I've got his sheet with his chassis. Same with Bob, I'm not 100% certain. We've got
Andy's running the Yokomo RD2. Well, started off as an RD2, it's now all upgraded. Hobby Wing Electrics in it.
Right, we do apologise, we've not got a replay on that one. Just a tiny glitch in the system, but obviously a very equal run between the pair of them. You can see the drivers there sporting their Team Yokomo sun visors. Obviously we are here promoting RC drifting to the UK and the world with backing from Team Yokomo over in Japan, having reached out to Michael from MB Models. to see if we could put on an event here in the UK to assist with promotion of RC drifting, and that's why we're here this weekend with the support of some of the major brands in the UK. Right, drivers, are we ready, live stream? Okay, live stream's ready, drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights, please, gentlemen. Right, so 3 yellows and a green. I'm going to keep my voice down as much as possible so I don't distract the drivers that are here on site. Oh, and Bob goes in a little bit hard on Andres on that initiation into clip 1, deep into 2. Andres concentrating with his car on that line. Look at Andres. Oh, and Andres touches the wall, but we're not sure if the previous touch from Bob. Right, I think we are 100% going to require a replay on that run from slideshow. Bob and Andres, right, here we are. Then this is the replay. Right, Bob coming in excessively fast there, so I look up on my right shoulder to see if we have a decision. And then obviously after that, the run did get very, very scrappy. Obviously Andres running that perfect line. Bob allowed to use that shortcut, then just touches the back of Andres' shell by the look of it. Now whether that pushed Andres deeper into the wall, and then again, did slideshow impede the lead position in drifting in real or RC? The chase driver's job is to mimic the lead driver, and we have a decision. Here we are, it's going to come up on the screen. The boys shaking hands already, and it's Andres goes through into the top 8. Slideshow Bob, well done for making it to the top 16. Right, so we move swiftly on to the next battle in our top 16, where we will see Scott Hill and Ryan Addis. So Ryan, a driver from down in Drift Masters, with his green chassis underneath this shell. We did share it on a preview. I think it was on Friday of Ryan's car. And then we've got Scott Hill, like I said, from Ronin Drift Lounge in Barwell in Leicestershire. Fist pump on the podium from the drivers. No practice, remember, gentlemen. Right, judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. No practice run when we get into the top 16. These drivers are now on the track, and this is it. Competition starts properly now in the 16. Ryan flicks that car really deep into clip 1. Scott hot on his heels, trying to mimic the line, allowing Ryan to do that transition into clipping point 3. Nose clip at 4 coming up. Scott really close, diving into 5. Ryan and Scott perfectly on line and over the line. What a run from the pair of them. This is what we've come to see, and don't forget, boys and girls, we've got a lot more battles to come yet before we get through to that all-important final. We are going to run this 16 all the way down to a completion, and the judges focusing on these replays, watching every single millimetre of movement. Scott there just dropping back, allowing Ryan to do his transition. Like we've said, it's the chase driver's job to allow the lead driver to run the perfect line and mimic them as quickly, as best as possible. As you can see there, Scott allowing Ryan to do that transition before dropping in his pocket. Right, are we ready for the second run, gentlemen? Okay. Right, here we are. Drivers ready? Judges ready? Watch the lights. All right, here we go then. So Scott Hill now will lead. If you haven't watched RC drifting before or drifting before, the drivers take it in turn to lead and chase on 2 separate runs. And you can see here Ryan absolutely glued, but then runs a little bit wide on that clipping point. Like I say, I'm keeping my voice down so as not to distract the drivers that are here in the house, here at MB Models in Leeds in West Yorkshire. And what a run from the pair of them. Right, we'll quickly watch this replay. The drivers will be watching this replay just as much as the judges are to see if there was an error from either driver. Now, I think it may be here where there may have been an error. I think that could be the deciding factor. So we have a decision, and it will come up on our screen. And Scott Hill gets the win, and it's going to be a unanimous decision. So well done to Ryan for getting into the top 16. Obviously, it only takes that one error to knock somebody out of the competition. So well done, Scott. We'll see top in the Great 8. Right, next up then, Jensen Robinson Green, the 16-year-old, against Jamie Cheshire in the next round of the top 16. Right, here we go then. So like we've said, gentlemen, don't forget there's no practice now. This is the top 16. Jamie Cheshire, Team Ronin driver. Jensen, a regular at Midlands Drift Warehouse and Ronin Drift Lounge, sporting that shell that was brought from Japan, I believe. I could be mistaken. Right, judges are ready. Drivers, are you ready? Okay, watch the lights. Okay, so 3 yellows and a green, like I say. I'm keeping my voice down in-house, so I'm not distracting the drivers too much. It takes a lot of concentration. Like I say, if you've not seen RC drifting before, we hope you are enjoying the stream. Please make sure you give all these drivers a follow, the teams and the drivers that I keep mentioning. If you search for them on Instagram or Facebook, you'll find their pages or personal accounts, as you see there. Jamie absolutely nailing that BMW over the line. Like I say, Jensen took a year out last year to concentrate on his GCSE. He's got some incredible results, and he's now back in the saddle, back with a new car and a new shell, out on track here at the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026, hosted by MB Models in Leeds, supported by Keith from Slide Customs, Dale from Asbo RC, Dan, Gareth and Ashton from NRD, myself and Tim from Slide House, and then of course Sam from FPS RC Drift Media, who's in the house now taking photos and clips.
Sam from YouTube.
Sam off of YouTube, yeah, FPS RC Drift on YouTube. Right, gentlemen, drivers ready? Judges ready? Okay. Watch the lights. Right, here we go then. Like I say, I will keep my voice down in-house so as not to distract the drivers too much. And then Jensen, look at the line. Perfectly on that outside zone. And again, nice and deep in that zone over the outline. Jamie just allowing him to do that transition as is expected. Nose clip at clip 4. Jamie so close to the back of Jensen's car as they go over the line. Wow, what another incredible run. Jamie, awesome. The drivers fist pumping each other on the podium. The respect between all these drivers is second to none. That's the ethos of drifting, as we all are aware. These judges have got one hell of a job splitting some of these runs between these drivers. You can see Jensen doing exactly as asked, 90 degrees into that clip-in zone. And then outside the white line that you can see with the arrow, and then Jamie just hesitating, allowing Jensen to do that transition. Then Jensen running deep towards the end of that clip, and then nose clip at 4. Look how close Jamie was there. You can see the headlights shining on the rear bumper of that GT86 with the transition, and then both drivers running wide through that final clip-in point. That clip-in zone, and obviously the angle of the lines there that you can see, boys and girls at home, and those of you in the house, are the angles that the judges have asked the drivers to be at that point on the circuit. And you can see Jensen matching that just about perfectly all the way around the circuit.
Don't want to curse things, but I must admit, Jamie for me has been very consistent this weekend with his driving. Really
Always.
consistent.
And I love that shell. Is that an Air Plastics? I have to ask.
Is it the G82, Jamie? It's the new M2, isn't it?
Is it Air Plastics? Air Plastics shell. L&L. Right,
L&L, really nice. Liking that.
Right, okay. Joking. Don't get all upset. Right.
Just waiting for the judges
We have
to
a
come
decision.
through.
Right, let's have a look and see what the decision is. Here we are then. Jamie Cheshire gets Tony's vote and Lee gets Tony's vote. So that will be the end for Jensen. Jamie Cheshire gets the win. Okay, could I ask for a... Can we have a...
So we just found over the 2 runs that Jamie's run were cleaner. Jensen had a wobble into the first clip.
Live stream might want to hear it as well, Dan. Not just me.
Right, so...
Sorry, just let me introduce Dan. Dan's just going to explain the reason for the call on that one, because I was curious, so I'm sure you would, boys and girls, might be at home.
Yeah, so on the first, over the 2 runs, we found that Jamie's run were cleaner. On the first run, Jensen wobbled on the entry and did a correction, and then on his chase run, it was very shallow around the final corner, which
All right.
we'll give it to Jamie.
All right, thank you very much, Dan. Just to clarify for everybody at home. Right, so next up we have Ryan Joblin and Aaron Grantham from TAMRC Jobbers. Ryan Joblin representing Team Green up from the northeast of England. Ryan from the complete opposite end of the country. Right, gentlemen, no practice, just remind you. Okay, drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights. Like I say, I will keep my voice down during the battles as much as possible on site, just so I'm not disturbing the drivers too much. So Jobbers waiting for Ryan to initiate and get Aaron to initiate and get on his door. Aaron running that really wide line. Jobbers comes off short to get that transition into his pocket. That car of Aaron seems to be absolutely flying. Ryan seems to be struggling a little bit to get that proximity, but then over the line. Both clean runs. There's not a lot in it between these drivers, and like I say, we're only in the 16. We'll soon get through to the 8. Right, so the judges watching this replay, provided to us by RC TV, which if you are watching it live, good afternoon. Welcome to the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters here at MB Models in Leeds. If you have just joined us, or if you're watching us on the live stream, good afternoon or good morning, whatever time, or good evening, whatever time of day it is. If you're watching the replay, we hope you're enjoying this. Like I said, if you are enjoying this, please check out the sites that I'm mentioning as we go through. Okay, we're ready for run 2. Drivers ready. Judges ready. Watch the lights. Right, so Ryan Jobbers from the northeast of England with his Team Green show. And then Aaron with the AMRC GT86. And now Ryan has suddenly found a burst of speed, so we know Aaron's got that pace as well. Look at that transition from Aaron diving on Jobbers' door through 3 to 4, or 2 to 3 should I say, and then Jobbers running that. Look at that, Aaron pushing Jobbers, and I saw Jobber nod as they came over the line as a mark of respect from Aaron. Honestly, these guys, they may be competing, but ultimately we are all in the same boat. We all love what we do, and the respect between the drivers, and everybody here is second to none. If you are used to drive, look at that transition. I mean, absolutely incredible job. And here, look at that. Aaron might be a bit shyer on the angle, but then when he dives in down here he is, look, catching up with Jobbers down into 5, and then following him all the way across the line, door to door. Look at that. Epic, lads, epic.
As well, if you watch on that transition you first mentioned, you'll see Aaron's front bumper wobble.
Do you think
wobbles on the front wheel of Ryan's car?
Oh, here we go then. All right, so Lee says Aaron. One more time from Tony. Oh, and it's a split decision, but ultimately Aaron Grantham gets the win from Jobbers. So well done to Aaron from Team AMRC, and well done to Ryan for making it through to the top 16. We hope you're going to hang around to see the remainder of the finals. Right now we have got Sam Brown and Xi'an. So we've got Team Ronin Drift Lounge represented by Sam Brown with the GR86, apologies. And then Xi'an with the Slide Customs. GT, or is it a GR? I don't know these Toyotas. There's that many of them. It's a Toyota. Oh, look at that. Xi'an throws his jacket on the floor. He means business. Here we go then. Right, just remember, gentlemen, there's no practice. We are now in the top 16. Xi'an will lead. Sam will chase. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Drivers ready? Please watch the lights. Right, here we go then. First run, top 16. Xi'an, Sam Brown. Green light comes on. Xi'an goes across the track, flicks into that first initiation, deep in the zone. Sam Brown trying his absolute hardest to keep up, but don't forget the drivers are expected to remain on that qualifying line regardless of proximity. And then when they are as close as this, the chase driver respects the lead driver's line and does not impede them during the transitions.
Really nice chase run there, but also put down with a nice lead run to make it easier to follow. Sam Brown doing really, really well there. As you can see, coming into clip 2 there, really nice angle by Cheyenne. Following what judges are wanting for the line in and out of the clip 2, and then into clip 3 the same. So as you can see, the little yellow line and then the line coming into the clip box and the out of the clip box is where the judges are wanting them to try and be on the lead. Into the final clip there, you can see Sam just trying to gain a little bit of proximity there, a little bit shallower than Cheyenne, to try and gain a proximity and over the line. Just want to watch it again.
Right, so while the judge is watching this, I'm just catching up on on the live stream feed. So we'd like to say good afternoon to SRC, who's watching over from South Africa. We've got Team Kingstar, who should be here. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. We've got TLNTD Media watching. And we've also got Dale is watching. Yep, good afternoon, Vivian. And who else have we got watching? Are these guys sponsored? Asks Mark Brunton. No, they are not sponsored. There's one or two, but not many. Okay, who else have we got? Michelle Ellis. Good afternoon, Michelle. Thank you for tuning in. Who else have we got?
Decision from room 1 onto room 2. Judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. So Cheyenne chasing Sam Brown on this one. Nice initiation into clip 1. Cheyenne trying to put on the pressure, coming through clip 1 into 2. Nice line through, nice and deep from Sam, doing what the judges have asked for. Into clip 3, nice and deep, a little bit of separation there, but still keeping within proximity. Through on the final clip and over the line. Really nice run by both drivers there. Judges just having a quick look at the replay, see what happened and what didn't happen. So Cheyenne running one of Keith's slide custom shells. Two different variants of the AE/GT86s. Not E. GR and GT86s, sorry. Just waiting for the judge's decision to come through.
Okay, we got a call. No, still deliberating. That's fine. No, that's all right. We'd rather make them make the right decision than put them under any pressure or ask them to speed things up. We will go with the flow. The drivers wait patiently and see. Here we are. One more time from Tony. Where are we with Dan? It's going to be a unanimous one more time. So the drivers will line up again. So Cheyenne and Sam, if you could make your way back to the start line, please, in your original positions. Obviously, this is for a place in the top 8. Right, here we go then. We've got Sam in the chase position. We've got Cheyenne and the lead. Right, judges obviously ready. Drivers ready. Right, watch the lights. Right, here we go then. Sam Brown going to be in the chase position behind Cheyenne in that Slide Customs Shell car. The very popular livery at, or the livery that's used at Ronin Driftland, the silver and red with the Ronin logo down the door. Whoa, look at that, Cheyenne, so deep into 5. Wow, look at Sam pushing him over the line. Wow. We've got Scott from Ronin Driftland and Jamie all watching on. I can see Aid as well in the corner. We've got young Noah over there filming his regular driver, Cheyenne, who is a regular Drift Nutters down in Halstead in Essex. Right, we are ready for run 2. Right, gentlemen, judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. Right, here we go. green light on. Here we go. Good afternoon to those that are watching on the live stream at home, on YouTube, wherever you are in the world. If you're international, like Vivian, give us a shout out. If you're in the UK or you're supporting a specific driver, please drop your name in the comments. We will get the chance to have a look at it back ourselves as we watch Xian and Sam come over the line. I'm trying not to distract the drivers in the house with the commentary. So if my commentary seems to be a little bit random, it's because the last thing I want to do is put these drivers off when we get to the top 16 in such a high level competition. Okay.
Decisions in.
Right, we have a decision. There we go then, boys and girls. Xian gets Tony's vote and Dan's and Lee's. So that's it. Xian will move through into the top 8. Well done, Sam. Thank you for coming up. You've enjoyed your weekend. Congratulations. Right, next, it's going to be Andy Ronin and Ashton Potter. So Ashton Potter representing Team Yokomo, NRD and Rat Trap. The Team Yokomo driver recently signed up with Team Yokomo in Japan. The contract has been signed. Andy Ronin, good to see Andy back doing the rounds with RC Drifting. Been out of the game for a little short while. But he's back, and he's back with a vengeance. Absolutely, he's here in the top 16 already. Right, judges are ready. Drivers ready. No practice, gentlemen. Watch the lights. Right, here we go. Let's see, I'm going to keep it to an absolute minimum, keep my voice down while we're during these battles so that you can watch these for yourself. Again, Ashton running the perfect line, Andy on the transition, trying to get back into Ashton's pocket. Again, 4 to 5, very, very snappy, very quick. Right, and there we are. A tiny bit of separation towards the end, but as we watch the replay there, Andy using all of the track and more just to try and get that proximity up on Ashton's door in that S15, in that SD3 chassis, 90 degrees as he comes into clip 2. As the judges have asked all session, Andy keeping the angle and then transitioning. Some drivers we've seen in previous battles have been a little bit straight there, but not Andy. He's certainly kept it sideways, and again, that's the difficult one. But Ashton was quite a way off on entering clip 5, whereas Andy's deep all the way through, but then Ashton's deep over towards the finish. So judges will be making a note of what they think on that first run. Okay, we're ready for run 2. The judges are happy with what they've seen. Right, gentlemen. Judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. So as we say, we swap round. Andy Ronin will lead this time round. Drivers taking it in turn to lead. A nice big flick entry for the pair of them there. Yeah, and again, these clipping points marked out with these white lines so that the judge, it makes the judge's job as easy as possible. But believe me, it is not easy. But have you just witnessed those transitions?
Wow.
Ashton Potter. My goodness me. Let's just watch that again.
That is how you put on the pressure.
I mean, even Andy fist pumped him as they came over the finish line, because I think Andy knows that those transitions that Ashton just performed there behind him were absolutely some. Look at that. And then flick again, straight back into his pocket, onto his door, through 5, not touching him, just applying absolutely as much pressure as possible over the line. Wowzers. So, do we have a decision? Here we go then, boys and girls. Let's see what it is. We never know until the names slide left or right. And 3 for Ashton Potter. All 3 judges. Unanimous decision. Nice to see Andy Ronin back in competition. Hope to see him at our track soon. Right, next up, we've got 2 big hitters of the game, if they may. I'm sure they won't mind me saying, we've got the 2024 RC Drift UK champion, Dylan Campbell, in the Slide Customs Shod. Is it an MC3? I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. Is it an M3? Well, whichever It's a slide custom shell. Oh, GRK 5. 5R. 5R. Right, okay. And then we've got Dan, Mr. Dan RC, if you want to follow him on Instagram. Right, gentlemen, remember there's no practice on this one. Drivers ready, judges ready, watch the lights. Okay, like I say, I'm going to keep my voice down as much as possible so as not to put these guys off during their runs. Dan Robinson absolutely flying both these drivers in competition at the Clash of Titans last weekend in Germany. So these guys are used to the pressure of competition. I'm not sure if, apart from 2024, I'm not sure if there's been a competition on P-Tile, Japanese P-Tile, and there we are, across the line. This is when the judges' jobs are difficult. Dan out of the zone there on the entry of clip 1 was Dylan was deep in the box, and then Dan deep in to start with, but then deep.
What's the slight hesitation there?
I'm just watching where they are. Yeah, anyway.
We're not judges.
We're not judging, we're commenting on what we're seeing, but then Dylan coming out of the box. Okay, we're happy with one. Okay, we're just watching that one again. We're just watching that one again. Obviously you can see at home and you can see in the house with the TV monitor that we've provided down the right hand side of the judges, so you can see exactly what's going on, the same as we can. And the room is silent waiting for these decisions, honestly. It's certainly not like your normal open day where you've got music blaring and everyone's chilled and running laps. But like I said, if you're interested in what you're seeing, obviously we appreciate that RCTV follow a lot of buggy racing and a lot of touring car racing. So I think this is the first time they've featured drifting on their channel. Is that right, Frank? It's the first time they've featured RC drifting on their channel. So it's a first for RCTV. So we'd like to thank Frank, Matt and the team for providing us with this incredible live stream. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much for coming up. Obviously this was set up nice and early on Friday. So we were all ready to rock and roll yesterday. We did some practice runs in the morning so that when we went live, we were all ready to rock and roll. I'm just going to go a quick check. I keep popping onto the live stream, by the way. I'm not on there permanently. I do keep having a check. See who's around. And see who's what's saying what.
Judges have made a decision.
Judges are quite happy with that run.
Judges ready?
Right, okay, run 2.
Drivers ready? Watch the lights. So Dylan to lead on this one. Dan RC chasing. Nice flick into clip 1. Dan trying to chase through a little bit shallower in there. Into clip 2. Really nice line through. Nice mirroring through. Good transition into 3. Dylan a little bit deeper than Dan into that. Into 4 and 5. And running across the line.
Yeah, that was a quality lead line. I've got to say, if you watch Dylan's line all the way through, or just about all the way through, like we've said, the line is the important factor at any drift competition, even from real drifting to RC. It relates perfectly. The drivers are given a line to run for the whole weekend from the very first briefing on the first day of the event. And when you watch that line from Dylan there, I got to say, apart from the possibility of being a little bit deeper at some points on the initiations, he's in the boxes from start to finish. Obviously keeping it away from the wall and therefore playing it safe. But obviously I'm just commenting on what I've seen and from my experience with RC drifting and real drifting. But obviously the ultimate decision, obviously we've got Dan from Rat Trap. Obviously was the head judge in RC Drift 24. Then we've got Tony, what you'd like to see. All right, they're just asking for a rerun once more. And then you've got Tony Wu, obviously has been a judge for RCDC in Japan, who run World Championships. So Tony's expertise, obviously we're more than welcome to have Tony represent Team Yokomo and RCDC here at the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026. And then Lee Barker at the far side from where I'm sat. He's a real drifter, and he joined us in RC Drift 2024 on the judging panel. And obviously the relation from real to RC is still relevant. I know it's not exactly the same, but there is some relevance, right? I can see some scores being put in. It would seem as though we may have a decision, and this one could be an important one. These two drivers top of the game, and it's Dylan Campbell, a unanimous decision, taking the win over Dan RC. So Dylan Campbell, the RC Drift UK 24 champion, moves on into the Great 8. Congratulations for Dan for coming to the event and making it all the way to the top 16. Right, next up, we've got Keith Newton and Sam Little. So you've got top qualifier Sam Little in first place, and then we've got Keith, who made it straight into the top 32 that we saw earlier on today, with qualifying in 17th place. But obviously we are both aware these both of these drivers are more than capable. Just remember, gentlemen, there's no practice run. We are now in the top 16. Judges, are you ready? Okay, judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. Okay, so top qualifier, Sam Little in the white and black BMW. Keith just hanging back, waiting for Sam to make his move. Sam deep into the clipping zones there. Keith trying to get onto his door, allows Sam to make that transition as they go into through three, and then nose clip at 4. Keith allowed to go over the line at that point in time, as said in the briefings, and over the line they go. Like I say, I'm just trying to keep my voice down in-house so as not to distract the drivers too much. Hopefully you guys at home can still hear me loud and clear. Like I say, I do keep checking the stream every now and again. Right, okay, so...
Did I hear you say Vivian from South Africa was on?
Sorry?
Did I hear you earlier say that Vivian was watching?
Vivian has been watching, yeah.
Fellow Yokomo driver?
Yeah, fellow Yokomo driver. And we've got Mr. Kingstar's the one making all the comments on the live stream on YouTube. He should be here.
He should be.
But hey, Andy, I want you to DM me your excuse, and it better be a good one.
And it's not from the book of excuses.
No, it's got to be a good excuse. Yeah. Okay, and he did thank us for explaining what we're doing. He did say thank you for explaining it also well for the live stream. So, yeah, complimentary from Andy. Thank you very much, Andy. We see you soon. You know where we are at Slide House, Rat Trap, Ronin, MDS, Midlands Drift Warehouse. Obviously, Bullhead could do with some footfall. So if you're not doing to Midlands Drift Warehouse, when he puts an event on, make sure you show your support. Bullhead's been in the game a long time. And we held a Slide House takeover during the year to help him out, and hopefully we'll see things flourish over there. We've got Ronin. Right, are we ready, gentlemen? Okay. Don't forget. Right, gentlemen, drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights, please. Here we go with, like I say, Keith still sporting that Clash of Titans sun visor from last weekend over in Germany. Keith absolutely flicking that Supra, that A90 Supra from Reevy D. It's an MC3 underneath that slide custom shell. Sam Little, like I say, Sam came to prominence in RC. Look at that initiation, but an error there from Sam. I don't know if that will be the telling tale. Fist pump from the drivers on the line. Could Sam be on his way out? Our top qualifier, could we be losing him at this stage in the top 16? Has Keith done enough to move on to the Great 8? And here we are then, the decisions are coming in, and it's going to be one for Keith. Tony says Keith Newton, so the man from Slide Customs moves on, knocks out our top qualifier, Sam Little. So that is Keith Newton safely into the top 8, and here we are then. We have the top 8 bracket on the screen. You can see it now if you're in the paddock area, or if you're at home, you can now see the top 8 battles. Andris representing Drift Masters, I'm assuming, or Slide House, being a regular at both, with Scott Hill. Scott is up next from Running Drift Lounge. Then we've got Jamie Cheshire, another representative of Running Drift Lounge, and then Aaron Grantham from Team AMRC. Shian, another driver from Drift Nutters, against Ashton Potter representing Rat Trap and Team Yokomo. Dylan Campbell against his teammate Keith Newton. So that is your top 8. So if we can have Andris and Scott on the line, please. We are ready for your top 8 battles, gentlemen. Those of you in their top 8, if you can have your cars ready and prepared, please. We will be calling you up in quick succession. These top 8. Who is leading? Let me have a quick look. I will double check when the scores come up. Scott, you qualified 14, so you will run first. And Andris will run in the chase position on the first run. Okay, so we have Scott Hill, Running Drift Lounge. Andris, I'm going to say Drift Nutters / Slide House. Right, here we go then, boys. Are you ready? Judges ready? Drivers ready? Watch the lights. Right, here we go then. First battle of the top 8. Like I say, we're going to fly through these battles now. Right, these two S15s. Look at that, Scott. Deep in that clipping zone. These guys are getting their seat time in, some practice in these battles. They've been practicing their battles all morning. Andris allowed to transition again. So close to the back of Scott's car as he came through 2 to 3. Look how close Andris is, on a mission on Scott's door over the line. Wow. These are getting closer and closer and closer. All right. Arrested for the file. Thank you very much, Kearney. Yeah. Next one. Next, thank you. See you all soon at NOD, blah, 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 blah. Thank you very much. So I'm just checking the comments. Good afternoon, Mr. Clinton. Yeah, Mr. Gibson, yes, we are already in the top 8. Yep, these battles will soon fly by. It's now, I think it won't be long before we are crowning our champion, our Drift Master 2026 here at MB Models in Leeds, supported by Team Yokomo in Japan. FPS RC Drift, Sam is in the building. We've got Asbo RC, we've got Mr. Clements who's watching at home. And of course, Slide Customs, who is still in the competition. And MB Models, who has very kindly hosted this event. Right, we are ready for run 2, gentlemen. Drivers ready? Judges ready? Watch the lights. Right, again, keep my voice down. Let these guys concentrate. In fact, I'm going to keep it to an absolute minimum while we're going through these runs, just so as not to disturb the drivers at all. And then I think we'll commentate on the replay, Gaz, as much as anything.
Scott definitely putting on pressure.
And over the line. Yep, I think what we'll do with the commentary, I think we'll keep it to an absolute whisper. Now we're in this grade 8, I don't think it's fair that my dulcet tones, my horrible Yorkshire twang, I don't want to be putting these drivers off while they compete in their competitions. Obviously, if you're in a real drift event, you won't be able to hear a word we're saying. But obviously, with it being RC, and obviously the boys and girls here in the room would obviously like to hear our opinions. And there's boys and girls at home, obviously, we're explaining everything we can, encouraging people to get involved with what we do. Like I say, if you want to get involved, please, 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 these tracks and drivers that I've mentioned, go give them a follow, drop them a message. They will soon open the door, put the kettle on if you visit them at the tracks. Offer you advice on what to do, where to get your stuff from, what stuff to buy, what equipment to buy. Of course, you can check out everything that's available from Yokomo on the MB Models website. And then obviously got Asbo RC, the largest RC drift supplier in the UK. Second to none. Make sure you check out his website. Just got about everything in the book on his website, including some stuff from SRC. And if you're looking for any of the Slide Customs detail, as in intercoolers, roll cages and all the rest of it, please check out slidehouse.co.uk. We have a wide range of goodies in stock at the track, and obviously if you ever come and visit, you will see them firsthand. Like I say, we're down in Boston, Lincolnshire. We open Tuesdays, Fridays, and then open days once a month. So please check out Slide House on Instagram and Facebook if you are. And here we are then, we're in, it's straight in. It's Scott Hill from Running Drift Lounge taking the win, a unanimous decision from all three judges. So Scott Hill takes the win and moves on into the semi-final. So we've got a top four.
So that was down to 2 wheels off, I've just heard from the judges by Andreas.
So Andreas,
on the initiation.
2 wheels off on the initiation through the hatchings. That's why you were deemed at fault. So obviously we are all aware of that. Right, so next up in the Grade 8 for a place in the semi-final, it is Jamie Cheshire and Aaron Grantham. So we've got another AMRC Ronin Drift Lounge battle. So like I say, Jamie, taking a deep breath up there on the podium. Like I say, I'm going to be quiet during these battles from now on, during the actual runs. We've got Aaron Grantham with his RC Drift IO hoodie on. Right, drivers ready? Judges ready? Watch the lights. Yeah, we're going to. We're just going to hold off speaking during the runs, just as like I said, drifting's about respect, and obviously we've got to respect the fact that these drivers need to focus as much as possible. Sorry, we're ready for the next run. Okay, ready for the next run, please, young man. Thank you very much. The judges are happy with what they're seeing. Right, drivers ready, judges ready. Watch the lights. Yes. Epic. It's so hard not to commentate on something like that, but I don't want to put anybody off, honestly. It's so good to see, honestly. I mean, I must explain to the boys and girls at home while the judges have a look at this replay. If you come to a normal track and you come to a normal session, this is the norm, but with 4, 5, 6 cars. Okay, we have a decision. Right, here we go then, boys and girls. Let's see where we're at. Is it going to be Aaron? Or is it going to... It's Aaron. Clean sweep. Right, well done to Aaron Grantham. Well done, Jamie, representing Ronin Drift Lounge. So Aaron Grantham, Team AMRC, moves on to the semi-final. So we're getting closer and closer to that all-important top 4. So next up is Cheyenne and Ashton Potter. So we've got the Slide Customs driver from Drift Nutters and Ashton Potter from Rat Trap RC, just 15-20 minutes down the road. And it will be, let me double check on here the qualifying positions. Just a minute. Okay, it will be Ashton to lead, Cheyenne in the chase position. Like I said, all the way through these finals now, me and Gareth are going to be quiet during the runs, just to allow these drivers the... Right, judges, are you ready? Drivers, are you ready? Okay, watch the lights.
Very nice run there. As we say, we weren't commenting while they were actually doing a physical run. Really nice initiation there by both drivers.
Oh, Ashton.
Ashton just putting one wheel out.
Definitely one. Excuse me. Yep, I would say that's going to be one. So obviously all these things taken into considerations for those of you at home that have not tuned in and seen the briefings, etc. The judges were told that they could have one wheel off, which would be a deduction, and 2 wheels over. The white line is a 0, the same as if the drivers hit a wall and it affects the line of the car or it alters the steering of the car, it would be a 0. Understeer is an automatic 0, and when it comes to battles, if it's excessive contact, a driver can be deemed at fault and therefore would score a 0-point run. Okay, the judges are happy with that run, so we will then go back onto the start line. Okay, judges ready, drivers ready, watch the lights. Right, there we go, the run is over. And obviously, we all saw that for ourselves. Ashton absolutely trying his absolute hardest to keep up with the flying car of Xi'an through that run. Obviously, Xi'an running that qualifying line, Ashton doing his best, and the result is in already. Xi'an knocks out the Team Yokomo driver, Ashton Potter, so Xi'an takes the win and moves his way into the first of the into the semi-finals. Right, next up, we have got the 2 drivers from Slide Customs. We've got Keith Newton versus Dylan Campbell up on the line next. So the 2 teammates drive together more than regular, shall we say, literally just about every week. They were with us at Slide House the other week together, running some laps. We're just waiting for Keith to join us. Here he comes. Right, so the man that paints all these incredible body shells. Both of these shells painted by Keith. Like I said, these are all paint. There's no stickers on these shells whatsoever. Like I said, me and Gaz will be silent during these runs from now on to allow the guys to concentrate. So I just look up. Right, judges, you ready? Drivers ready? Right, watch the lights. Wow. Closey, touchy, right? Let's have a look at this. Initiation, look at Dylan, 90 degrees, but this is where I'd like to see this. I'm interested in this. I mean, like we've said in previous battles, if a driver scores 2 drivers score a 0, it's the first driver that scores a 0 that would be a deficit in the next round of the competition. So I'm just making you aware. Obviously, we are commenting, right? They've seen enough of that first run. Right, gentlemen. Judges ready? Drivers ready? Watch the lights. And there we are, boys and girls. There we are, boys and girls. Well, I think from that replay from the first run, I mean, I hate to say it, but I think that might be all she wrote. For one of them, obviously. Yeah, I'm just looking across to the judges. Like I said, in drifting, the first driver to make a 0 mistake, and that was effectively the run over. Now, obviously, if the judges deem Dylan to have gone over the line with his back 2 wheels onto clip 2 first, then obviously the fact that Keith may have followed him on the same line is irrelevant. when it comes to judging a drift event. So we shall wait and see. I mean, I think the guys themselves, the drivers, are already resigned to the fact that that may be the result. Obviously, the judges studying this relentlessly to see if there's any change or if there's anything else that they need to see or should see. If it changes that call, we'll have to see. But the car's set up to be so snappy. And we have a decision. Here we go then, boys and girls. Watch your screen. And it's Keith Newton from Tony and Lee and Dan. It's a unanimous decision. Keith Newton moves on to the semi-final. Was that due to Dylan going off first? It was. Right, okay. That's it then. We are down to our top 4 drivers. This is semi-final times, boys and girls. So we have Scott Hill representing Ronin Drift Lounge. Aaron Grantham representing AM RC. We've got teammates again, Xian and Keith Newton from Slide Customs representing Drift Nutters / Slide House on track. And the first battle is Scott Hill and Aaron Grantham, and it will be Aaron leading Scott, and the second battle will be Xian leading Keith Newton. So this is for a place in the finals of the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026, hosted by MB Models in association with Side Customs. Yes, there will be a 3rd and 4th place battle, Chris, yes. Leave it with us. Leave it with us. Don't worry, Chris, we're on it. Don't worry. We're on it. Right, okay, so this is the semi-final, boys and girls. This is where it starts to get serious. And like I said, I am going to shut up. Me and Gareth are going to shut up during the runs, so they'll allow the guys to concentrate. Right, here we go. Right, boys and girls in the room, are you ready for the semi-finals? Oh, boys and girls in the room, are you ready for the semi-finals? Right, there's only 4 drivers left out of 52 in the game. All right, so here we go. Right, judges ready. Drivers ready. Watch the lights. Okay,
Restart, please,
judges have
guys.
asked for a restart, please. Was contact, yeah? Okay. Okay, we'll redo that again. Thank you very much. Obviously, we want to make sure this is as fair as possible for both drivers. All right, so it's just Aaron clipping that box. Therefore, judges called a restart. Okay, judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights.
Very nice runs there through. Just watching the replay now while the judges do the decision. You can see there Aaron Grantham's very deep into clip 1. Scott just coming a little bit out of the box there to try and catch up and get proximity back. Nicely through, just short of the 90 degree, but then catches the angle for both of them coming through clip 2. Nice proximity there coming out of, but then loses a little bit on the transition into clip 3. Comes through clip 3.
I'm just thinking Scott's doing the sensible thing there, even though there's a bit of distance between them two. He was concentrating on keeping his car in the box rather than cutting the track, trying to get proximity, which is what the drivers have asked for. Okay, ready for round 2, gentlemen? Right, okay, drivers, ready for run 2? Okay, judges ready? Drivers ready? Watch the lights. Okay, right, so I think we all witnessed that. I can see, looking up, there we are, straight away, unanimous decisions. Aaron Grantham makes it to the final. Scott, please don't go too far because we will be doing a 3rd and 4th place runoff. All right, so we have our first finalist. That is Mr. Aaron Grantham from AMRC. So congratulations. Right, we have one semi-final left to go. And that is Cheyenne and Keith Newton, the team members. And this is for a place in the final of the Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters 2026, hosted by MB Models here in Leeds, in West Yorkshire. Oh, he's running. Here he comes. Obviously, the event, we will continue to provide images, and I'm sure Sam will be knocking up a video together on FPS RC Drift Media. Please make sure you go follow him on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube. I hope you're enjoying the action just as much as we are. For some reason my comments have disappeared. Oh, there we are. Here we are. All right, yeah, well, we can't swear, I'm afraid, but thank you for your comment on that. Someone saying unlucky Scott, but there we are.
Cheyenne to lead.
All right, so it will be Cheyenne to lead. I like to say, obviously, no practice run, we're straight into battle. Gazworth and I will be silent during the runs. Okay, Keith just making sure everything's tickety-boo. All right, we'll let the guys get comfortable on the grid. We're not going to rush them at this stage in the proceedings. Right, judges ready? Drivers ready? Watch the lights. Love it, absolutely love it. Right, here we go then on the initiation. We'll commentate on the replay. Cheyenne absolutely deep on that box, just running his line over that white line. Keith a little bit shy on clipping point 1, and Cheyenne at the angle. Keith out of the box, off the line slightly at 2. Cheyenne into clip 2, deep into 2. Look at that, his line absolutely pinpoint perfect through 2. Keith trying to keep up, and then Cheyenne transitioning beyond the line, and then again Cheyenne in the box, just running that outer line, almost superb, and then the transition to 4. Keith absolutely mirror image, and then deep into that final clipping zone. Look at that, Keith's line on the outside of there, Cheyenne a little bit shyer, but I think by that point in time, and Keith coming out of the box over the finish line, really good run. That was just on the replay. Obviously, we're not commentating during the runs to allow the drive. Right, okay, we're ready for run 2, gentlemen. So just have... When we said we have a laugh, honestly, if you're watching at home, the guys are taking the mick out of each other, even at this stage in the competition. Right, gentlemen, here we go, serious time. Judges ready? Drivers ready? Watch the lights. Wow, right. Looking forward to seeing the replay here. Sorry, the driver's actually taking the mick out. Obviously, the teammates practice regular together over at Halstead at Drift Masters. Obviously, both sporting the Slide Custom shells painted by Keith himself. And we're just, the judges just watching the replay, and that was... Right, we have a decision. Right, okay, I have a feeling this could be an interesting one, but we'll see. I mean, let's have a look. Where are we? All right, okay, so Keith Newton for Dan. Tony says, And Lee says it's Keith and Tony, so it's a unanimous decision. Keith Newton moves on to the final. So this is it then. So we have our finalists, obviously Keith. Cheyenne, don't be running away. In fact, don't be removing your car from the track just yet, please, young man.
So it was the hit on the wall from the judges saying on the initiation.
It was the hit on the wall on initiation. Right, so we have our top 4 drivers. So before we go through to the final, we have our 3rd and 4th place runoffs, which is going to be Scott Hill representing Ronin Drift Lounge versus Cheyenne representing Drift Nutters and Slide Custom. So if we could have those 2 drivers on the track immediately, please, and it will be Cheyenne to lead and Scott to chase. So this is for 3rd place, winning, taking away a trophy, taking away a motor. You will also receive a gift voucher from Slide Customs and Asbo RC for your 3rd place. So this is for a trophy position. Right, at the end of this one, gentlemen, we will not ask the judges. We don't want to show the decision until we get the podium, please. Can we do that? Right, Frank's just asking. I would. Yeah, so what we'll do is we're not going to say who wins after the 2 runs until we do the podium presentation, okay? So you'll do your 2 runs as normal, so you just do what you do, all right? Right, judges, are we, right, boys and girls, ready for this? Yeah. Yes, please, yes, right. Okay, here we go then. Judges, ready? Drivers, ready? Watch the lights. Wow, incredible, absolutely incredible. Top of the game, absolutely. Look at Chandler, just about 90 degrees. Scott following completely in his image. Look at that, Cheyenne. Scott out of the box in clip 1, trying to gain some proximity up on Cheyenne's door. Into clipping point 2, again, Cheyenne almost at 90 degrees. Just keeping in that box, Scott shy of the box until the last section, just. Scott then allowing Cheyenne to do his transition as they go deep into the box. Again, Cheyenne deeper than Scott all the way through those clipping zones. Although Scott's in the box, Cheyenne is that bit deeper right. Oh, and there's a tiny bit of contact there just before the touch and go at the front and then into 5. And again, Cheyenne deep into clip 5 all the way around to the finish line. Scott straightening up a little bit compared to Cheyenne's angle. Right. Are we ready, judges, for run 2? Right, judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. And over the line. Proximity is the word. I think you will find right here. Watch this replay, then we'll commentate on this then. So Scott, not as deep as what the judges have been asking for, but then deeper than Cheyenne. Cheyenne mirror in Scott's line. Obviously not completely in the box. And then out 2, just coming out of the box like there on the initiation. Obviously Scott playing it safe and keeping off the wall. And then Cheyenne mirroring Scott's line all the way through that run. And again, Cheyenne there just absolutely, transition was on point. And then again, Cheyenne mirroring, if you look at Cheyenne's wheels, mirroring Scott's line as well. Although Scott's not deep, Cheyenne is perfectly in sync with what Scott's doing. That's the only point there where I think we can all agree that Cheyenne wasn't mirroring Scott's line. but whether or not the damage has been done at that point, I'm not 100% certain. And across the line to finish that second run. So I will ask if there is a decision, and like say, if we can hold off from showing it, and then we will go to the podium, so we'll know who gets the result. So if you're watching at home and tuning in, Drift Top Daz says great battle, Russell 14151, and we have a decision, but we're not going to show it. We're not going to show it. Right, okay, so we have a decision. But gentlemen, if you would like to leave your cars parked up underneath the banner at the top, we might have to do a 4-car train after we've done the final, I think, don't you? I think it would be extremely rude not to. A couple of them. Right then, boys and girls. Right then, boys and girls. This is the time. I think the final of RC Drift Masters, Team Yokomo RC Drift Masters here at Leeds at MB Models, and I think this is going to be epic. So we've got Aaron Grantham from Team AMRC, probably didn't end up, I think he's going to be stood there, and Keith from Slide Customs. I think before we start this, we'd like to thank everybody that's taken part this weekend. We hope you've absolutely had a blast. I know we certainly have from our side of things. But what I'd like you to do, boys and girls, when these runs finishes, make sure you give these two boys an absolute rapturous round of applause as they come over the line, please. Right, let's do this. Judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. Over the line. Keith and Aaron, absolutely incredible. These two drivers have beaten 50 other drivers to get to this point in this competition, which is no mean feat. Obviously, we started this competition, we planned this competition over a year ago. It's been a year in the making to get to this point where we are going to crown one of these two the RC Drift Master 2026. Here, supported by Team Yokomo over in Japan, Asbo RC, Slide Customs, MB Models, NRD Rat Trap, Slide House, and FPS RC Drift Media, as we watch this replay on the live stream and on the screens here in the building. And we've just about got everybody that's left in the room around the track. As the judges, again, we have to thank Lee, who's come up from London. We've got Tony Wu, obviously representing Team Yokomo, and then we've got Dan Harrison, obviously from Rat Trap, who has been pivotal in putting this event together. These guys have been up here every night this week putting this track down so that make sure it's absolutely perfect. Obviously Sam's come up overnight last night to cover the event for us, Slide House in the background, doing loads of admin and promotion, etc, etc. Okay, we are ready for the second run. Okay, once again, we're going to remain silent. Okay, judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. Woo, woo, woo. Yes, Keith. Yes, Aaron. Right, here we go then. We'll run a commentary on that. Both drivers running a similar line. Aaron just slightly out of the box there from Keith's line. Coming off the line as they're allowed to do from 1 to 2. Then Keith and Aaron both very, very similar line. Keith very deep towards the end. Aaron mimicking past the transition line. Now that was so close. Whether there was contact or not, I think we'd have to see that at full pace, but we might get to see that shortly. And then out of 3, transition for 4 into 5. Like I say, we think that's the deepest and hardest one, and Keith seemed to get that absolutely perfectly as he goes round towards the finish line. But again, I'm only commentating on what I'm watching on the screen here, what you guys and girls are seeing at home. Right, we're watching it again. The judges watching this to make sure that this decision, this is the big one. This is for the big trophy. This is for the pot and the title of RC Drift Master 2026. Hosted here. Again, this competition, a brand new surface for everybody with these tyres. So it's been a level playing field for everybody. They're what, sorry? Trying to lip read the judges. Literally, the drivers are trying to. Yeah, okay. So we're just working out the logistics of the trophy presentation so that you're aware here and at home, obviously while we wait for that decision. What we're going to do is we'll have the top 4 drivers do a couple of trains around the track, let everybody go wild, and let the girls do that and the boys can clap and cheer and all that. And then what we're going to do the trophy presentation in front of the backdrop on the driver's stand. All right, and then I'm actually going to invite Michael to assist with distributing prizes. Yes. So I'm going to ask Michael to assist with, and we have a decision. Is it a one more time? Because if it is a one more time, it is a one more time, right then, boys and girls? Judges not happy with that one, can't make their minds up. It is going to be a one more time. Apparently, I'm still waiting for Dan. Oh, Lee, it's going to be a one more time. Not a majority decision. All right, so it will be a one more time, a majority decision for a one more time. Right, okay. Right, so we've got a one more time on the cards. Right, here we go then. Come on then, let's give them all a round of applause. Come on, let's G them up. Okay, judges ready. Drivers ready. Watch the lights. As clean as you like. Absolutely, as clean as you like. Yes. No, I think it's going to need Gareth just to... Right, well, so we watch that as Aaron comes out of the box. Keith follows suit, going for the proximity rather than the line, but through here, both drivers just about match. Keith actually deeper, I think slightly deeper maybe. And then the transition where he's allowed to cross that line into 3. Deep on the wall, Aaron well into that point, and then transition to 4. Keith diving here into 5, into the most difficult transition, into that wall, and then all the way through to the finish line and across the finish. Okay, so that was run 1. Obviously all battles run back to back. I'm just having a quick... Right, here we go then. Judges ready, drivers ready. Watch the lights. Superb. So off the line into that clipping point. Aaron just using the handbrake just to, and look at that, just the tiniest little, I think that little red dot on Keith's door was Aaron's target as they came through there. It literally just touched the shell and allowed it to move as they go into that clipping zone on the outside, and then the transition.
Aaron just holding his head there as we were watching the replay coming into clip 2.
Yeah. Well, this is it. The drivers aren't watching these runs that we have the privilege of seeing, thanks to RCTV, covering this event for us this weekend over on YouTube. And keep looking at the comments. Russell RC Drift Top, Daz, Mark Brunton, Young, all saying wow. Everybody blown away. Kingstar saying well done to both drivers. And it was somebody online was saying that was a one more time before the judges made the decision. So we've got some armchair judges. Have we got a winner? Have we got a final decision? Right, okay, we have a final decision, but we're not going to announce who's won. But language, Keith. If we could ask that all 4 drivers would be so kind as to go to the start gate, and then we'll run a couple of trains. Yeah, we'll do it next week on Facebook. Right, let's have all 4 of you. Come on then. If we have 2 in one lane, 2 in the other, and then decide between you which way you want to run. Who wants to lead?
Go on, Scott.
Go on, Scott. You lead. Right. Scott, Aaron, are you going to go in the other lane so you can get that proximity straight away off? So what we're going to do, Scott, Keith, 2 and 2. Right, okay. Right then, boys and girls. If this goes as according to plan, raise the roof when they're finished. Right, you're going to watch the lights? Right, I'm going to talk anyway, because I can't.
Well, and stopped you all day, really.
Well, it hasn't stopped me all
all
day.
weekend.
No, I know. I'll never get... Well, yeah, anyway, I'm not going to go there.
I knew what were coming.
Right. Tim, would you press the button, please? Here we go. Right, so Scott leading, Aaron second. We've got Keith in third. We've got Sian in 4th place. There we go then. No, I think we're going to have to... I think we're... One more time, I think, don't you?
Keith's getting a bit excited there.
Oh, Sian. Oh, come on, one more time. One more time. One more time. Come on, boys. We know you've got it in you. Right. All right. Right, what's the lights? Come on then, boys, let's have it. Right, here we go then. Scott running Drift Lounge here. We've got to change this time. Keith drops into second. Aaron into third. Chian in 4th place. Oh, here we go. Right, obviously Sam's got his camera out watching this one, as hopefully the rest you have as well. And over the finish line, top 4 drivers. Right, guys, if you would like to, we need a microphone, don't we? Is it going to be this one, Frank? Right. We're going to take my headphones off. So making a noise. And then we're going to walk. Right, now are we there? We're there? Almost, yeah, we're there. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just whip my jacket off. Right, gentlemen, if you'd like to get your cars off track so that when we get the photographs, you've got your cars in hand. I'm trying to get... There we are. As long as we don't get feedback. Right, I'm going to walk... Come on then, you. Come on then, you. Right, ladies and gents, I'd like to say thank you all very much for coming. It's been an amazing event. I hope you've all had the absolute best time. But like I say, the main man that we have to thank, apart from Team Yokomo is this young man. This is Michael Ball. This is the man that owns this venue. So if it wasn't for Michael, we wouldn't have been here this weekend. So can we give Michael a round of applause, please? Because he's invested the money in the P-tile, and we've just come and overtaken his venue. When I came a couple of weeks ago, all this carpet was all over the track, and it was a buggy track where he opens every week. So he's closed his buggy track so we can come and skid, and he's never seen a drift event before in his life. So thank you, Michael. Very much appreciated. All right, thank you. Right. I don't know the results, which would have been kind of handy if I had a copy of who came third, because I can't give a trophy out without. All right, I've got it here. Right, here we are then. Top qualifier. Yeah, top qualifier. Right, first of all, we have a trophy for top qualifier and a gift from Team Yokomo and Rat Trap NRD in the form of a V4 gyro from Yokomo. So, ladies and gentlemen, your top qualifier from yesterday was Mr. Sam Little. So put your hands together for Sam, please. All right, where's FPS, Sam? Oh, you're that side. Oh, sorry, Sam, I was just checking. Right, okay. All right, well done, Sam. Thank you very much. Right. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Before we go for the top 3, I think we also have to give a shout out to the man that runs Running Drift Lounge. Obviously, he's been here today. He's battled all the way to the finals. Didn't quite make it into the trophy positions, but in 4th place. Will you put your hands together for Mr. Scott Hill, please? Well done, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Sweets. Did I win anything?
No, you've got to be in the top 3 to get a pot. Okay, 3rd place, which was the battle between Scott and Xian, which obviously means we know who got the 3rd place. However, receiving a £30 gift voucher from Slide Customs, a £25 voucher from Asbo RC, a motor, a DX2 Type R motor from Yokomo, some oils and some containers, and the 3rd place trophy. Xian taking 3rd place. So, Xian, if you want to hold that trophy, I think we'll just get we'll worry about the remainder afterwards. So once Sam's got his shot, which I'm assuming he's got it, right, we'll pass them over. All right, we'll leave that there for Xian. Right. I think we should do first before we do second, don't you? Because this is the man that has come here, taken victory over 52. We started with 52 drivers yesterday. And obviously, I hope you've appreciated the fact that we've been able to run that second track to hopefully, those battles were something else all the way through. So in 1st place, and the 2026 RC Drift Master, Team Yokomo RC Drift Master Champion 2026. Will you please raise the roof for the one and only Mr. Keith Newton from Slide Customs, receiving the trophy, receiving a brand new SD3 in black, receiving I'm just going to pile this up because I can. Some oils, some containers. You've even won can I have that? That's a gift card from Slide Customs. And a gift card from Asbo RC. Thank you, Dale, which I'm sure you're watching at home. So, Keith, thank you very much. Well done. Right, obviously, that means 2nd place from Team AMRC, the former real drifter turned RC drifter. Ladies and gentlemen, raise the roof for Mr. Aaron Grantham, please. And obviously, there is you will receive a RPX4 care of Team Yokomo. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll get these afterwards, Gareth. A selection of wheels and some oils and some containers, and again a gift voucher from Slide Customs and a gift voucher from Dale Clements from Asbo RC. All I would ask now, if I could have the top 4 drivers up in front of the banner, please, so that we can get a photo. Keith, can we get a photograph of all 3 of you, please, with your trophies and your cars in front of Sam? I think you should join us as well, Sam. I think you should join us. You've got a trophy, so I don't see why not. Mr. Renshaw, have you got your car here still and your trophy for your chassis? Packed away. Right, okay, not to worry. But if we could have Keith in the middle, and then I'm going to let Sam get his shots, get his videos, etc. If you boys and girls at home want to up on there, Scott. You still made the top 4, so if you can show your cars off as well, please, gents. All right, can we have one last round of applause for these guys, please? They've worked their butt off. Congratulations, guys. Before we sign off, again, a big thank you to everybody that's taken part. A big thank you to everybody that's been involved with putting this on as well. There's been an awful lot of work gone in the background from Dan and the lads from Rat Trap. They have put their absolute back into this. Lastly, FPS Sam, thank you. Slide House, NRD, Michael, once again, thank you for having us. Slide Customs, congratulations and thank you for supporting us. Dale at home, and last but no means least, Team Yokomo, thank you for having the confidence in supporting us in putting an event on in your name. And then Frank and the guys from RCTV for the live stream, absolutely superb. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us. Until next time, we'd all thank you very much, and we hope you've enjoyed the show. Good night.